Hello, hello. Surprise, surprise. Alright. It's been a while since I streamed on this channel, but here we are. Not even playing Factorio today. So what are we doing instead? Hello, Nigel. How are you doing? Do I have sound? Joanne, hello. How are you doing? Welcome. Alright. So today I'm participating in a game jam. This one is called the D2 Jam, or Down to Jam. That's what we're doing. This is a game jam, which is a thing where you need to create a game in 3 days, basically. A small game, okay? And that's basically it. The only thing that is that the game should follow the theme, and the theme is train, right? That's it. We have specifically 2 days and 14 hours, and we need to make a game about a train. Assuming the game will not be written in cast. No, cast is not ready for this. No, I'm going to use Rust as usual. For cast to work, I need to actually go and work on cast sometime, you know. Did you work on cast, Nigel? Did you finish your pull request? Or are we abandoning it? Both. Alright. I open Neovide, I guess. Nah? What do you mean, nah? It's a not a what? Projects. Okay, I need to make a new project. What do we call it? What do we make? What is the game that we make? Maybe I don't start with code, right? I start with thinking about it. What is the game that I want to do? Got slightly busy at work in the last 2 weeks. Alright. I think that maybe I should start with something simple. I'm not sure about the gameplay. Much, but since I've been playing Factorio a lot recently, maybe we do something similar to how we do the trains in Factorio, and we delete the other parts of Factorio. We just have the trains. Something. So I think what I want is to have the ability to draw lines on which the trains will go, and I should be able to like create junctions and shit. Maybe have the signaling and stuff, and then the trains will be going automatically like in Factorio. So I think I can just start with simply having the ability to draw this, you know, and then we figure it out if I can come up with some actual gameplay. Hello, Infinite Coder. Maybe we could have like you know, like in Factorio, we can have resource patches, but we don't actually place the miners there. All we need to do is to connect this to a train stop, and then the train is going to automatically take the resources out of it. Something like that. And then our goal is to, I don't know, deliver these resources to... And we can maybe build stations that combine resources, like a station which is an assembly machine, you know? And then we just do the Factorio. We played too much Factorio and now it wants to remake. Yeah, basically what's happening. Because why not? So we basically can treat, like in Factorio, you have assembly machines, right? You put like conveyor belts and then inserters into them. But instead of this complication, we make it simpler and we just make a train stop, which is an assembly machine. So I need the trains to go into this train stop, to deliver the ingredients, and then we take and then the assembly machine, which is the train stop, basically a train station, just also provides us with the output. Maybe. Maybe. But let's start with a simple thing. I want to be able to draw the line. So what do we call it, though? What do I call such a thing? What do I call it? Let's see, GitHub repo create. Create a new repository on GitHub from scratch. Repository name. I don't know. Name is the difficult part. How do you come up with names? You ask ChatGPT? How to call a game which is like Factorio, but only has trains. Train sport. You just use garbage collector plus random 110. Train Torio. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Train factory. Track tycoon. Rails, tracks, flow, pulse. Choo choo chaos. Train apocalypse. ChatGPT is very bad at coming up with names, even worse than we are, apparently. Okay. Train Torio is not a bad one. That's what I thought. That's what I had in my mind. But is there something better than Train Torio? Use DeepSeek? Okay, I mean, in fact, I did not use ChatGPT. I was using the, not the DeepSeek. I don't know, for some reason, I am using the Quan one. Also another Chinese one. What about DeepSeek? You think DeepSeek is better? Let's see. How to call Factorio if it only had trains. Hello, fuzzy algorithm. It's limited by tokens it can output. Cool. DeepSeek actually provided me with better output, I think. But it's a smaller response. But the names are basically the same. There is also Choo Choo Chaos. What if I actually open ChatGPT? What to call Factorio, but it only has trains. Okay, I mean, ChatGPT actually did come up with Tractorio. Wait, hold on. Tractorio is better than Traintorio, I think. What about Tractorio? Ah, I think Tractorio is better than Traintorio. All right. Okay. Maybe I should be going for ChatGPT more often. I don't know. There's also Train Mania, which is like and Railtorium. All right, let's do Tractorio. What is this? Okay, sure. Railtorio is also pretty good. I think Tractorio is like better. This endpoint requires you to be authenticated. Wait, am I not authenticated? GitHub login. GitHub authenticate login. I think maybe I was logged out or something. Mm -hmm. Oops. Oh no, never mind. My phone is here. I think my just token expired because I did not use the GitHub for a long time. Wait, what? Right, that took a long time. Next stream I'll be entering my credit card into stream live. I was already logged in into this account. I was, yes, but I think my just token like expired. Grapple from scratch, Tractorio. Man. Description. Okay. Game for D2 gem. Public. Readme? No. Git ignore? No. License? Sure. MIT? Yes. Yes. Okay. So now we go here to projects Tractorio. There you go. So right now we only have the license. Wait, man. Okay, what do we start with? What we start with? I think I'm going to copy like a flake. Projects. Let's see. Maybe from the link cider actually. Potentially. Let's see. What do we have here? Maybe not from the link cider actually. Hold on. What's the last game that I was making? What's the last game jam that we were participating in? It was the Ludum Dare. And what was the game? It was Baby Race. There you go. That's what I will be doing. There is Butler for uploading to each. There's Just, and then there's Gang with Linux and web support. And that's all I need, right? Yeah, that's good enough, I think. All right. Next, develop. Let's get. All right. Let's download everything. So what I'm thinking about is like, how do we even draw tracks, right? I want there to be a lot of curves, somehow. What if we do something similar to the to like the vector graphics apps, where you draw the splines, right? So you, how do you do this? Like you draw a line like this, and then you continue in the other direction. The only thing that I don't like about like Inkscape here, for example, I'm not sure about the other like drawing apps, right? I want to draw key points basically, and then like everything that I have drawn so far should not be moving, right? Like right now I have drawn a straight line, and then I'm continuing this way, but it basically moves my line, right? I don't want this. I think what I want is like to continue. Or do straight line segments with arcs and corners. I think what could be is just let me show you here. So I can edit this if I remember how to use this node tool N. So like you see how I can change the tangent at the key points, right? So I think this tangent is like the things that I have drawn so far, I already know the tangents, and then I'm doing a new key point, and it just like goes for the new key point, and it figures out the new tangent. So all I want to have is to like draw it like a polyline, you know, like this, but then it automatically makes it a little bit curvy. You know what I mean? There's a kind of curve for it. Yeah, but I don't think there is a way to draw these kind of curves in this application. I'm not sure. The name of this curve is curve that goes through points. There's a name for it. I don't remember though. Bezier control points. Like it's not the control points, right? What's the types of curves that are similar? No, Bezier, you do the control points. So these control points on the Bezier curves is not something that the curve actually goes through, you know? Which makes it a little bit more annoying to work with, I think, when you're drawing, actually. I want to draw the points which the curve goes through. What's it called? Let's ask ChatGPT. What's a curve named that goes through a list of key points? All the tangents are calculated from the other points, yeah. Catmull Rom, I think, maybe. Catmull Rom spline. So you have like 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, right? And then the curve just goes through them, yeah. I mean, it is similar to the Bezier. It's just like the way you describe the curve is different, because it's the key points, that's the control points that we are actually going through, right? The only difference, I think, should be like if we do it just a Catmull ROM directly, then you know how the so like when I draw 0 and then I draw 1, the problem is that the first segment. Yeah, it is just Bezier, but like, I mean, it's called differently because the control points are like in a different form. But the thing is, so the tangent at 1 is being calculated like using 0 and 2, right? which means that if I only have drawn point 0 and point 1 so far, and I am trying to draw point 2, depending on where I draw point 2, the first segment is going to be changed, and that's something that I don't like. I want everything that I have drawn so far to not change at all, if you know what I mean. So I'm going to do it a little bit like differently. I have an idea though. Hello Silburn, how are you doing? Yeah, you can convert between the like Beziers and these splines easily though. Is it downloaded? Hold on, what's happening here? Please explicitly use KDE packages KDialog. Alright, well that's not very easy, so let's just copy baby flake lock. I'm just going to use like the same versions then. It seems like something changed in the next packages. I'm too lazy to look at it. Which means that I'm going to use not the latest version of Rust, but version 181. Wait, what's the latest version of Rust? What Rust is it? It's 185. Okay, that's one which is pretty old. I don't think it matters though. Much really. It's pronounced Bezier rather than Bezier. It's French. Dude, so that only depends on the previous key point. And 4.0 it's normal. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so we have the let's see, echo use flake and allow. Okay, and then we do cargo init, cargo run, Factorio, hello world, there you go. But we need to add the engine here, gang, git, GitHub, I use the GitHub one, right? I think. All right, we're just going to set up the empty project for now. How are you doing, Soulburn? So if you missed the beginning, I'm trying to make a small version of Factorio. Like, we are doing a game jam, right? And the theme of the game jam is trains. So I'm going to try to do something about a train. So I want to be able to draw the curves. That's why we were talking about the splines and shit. I want to be able to draw my curvy rails like I do in my Factorio game, right? But yeah, like I don't want it to be attached to a grid really. Like I want literally to be able to draw curves, and then that from there we go and we see. I think like maybe signaling similar to Factorio would also make sense, and then we do like a factory, but everything is train, you know. Factorio, you're limited to specific shapes, which makes things easier and harder. Yeah, I'm not sure what it makes easier, but yeah. It makes it easier for developers, maybe. Sure. Mechanics is decided, but what's the game? Well, you need to, like, it's an automation game, right? I mean, you need to make the trains do the things somehow. I don't know. I mean, we can think about like the actual gameplay a loop a little later. Like we need to basically we just need to make a full game around this mechanic, right? Of trains going places. So we need to like to have the player have a reason to build the trains, right? And to go places. Source, let's see. How do I make a game again? It has been a while. Can I do function main? I remember some things, but Factorio. Something. I also need to reload this because it did not pick up my thing. Oh, there we go. Rust Analyzer is working now. Okay, good. Okay, we have a game. I think we just make it something like that. Game state. Drawn. There you go. Auto completion starts to work. Nice. Okay, I think I'm thinking of something like very simplistic colors. By the way, I'm actually even thinking of just a black and white game. You know, it's just going to be all schematic graphics. Or do we want actually to have the graphics? I don't know yet. But it's probably going to be 2D top down, just to not overcomplicate it. Unless, like, am I actually doing this solo, or does someone wants to make? We can have a 3D like art for it. I don't know. I think today I don't focus on the graphics at all, though. I'm trying to come up with mechanics. And then hopefully we get it done quickly, and then next time I make it like look nice, and maybe like have some sounds too. But it's been a while, so I don't know if I can do it in a unstate game new. Something like this. It's what I usually do, I think. Game is not a future. Async. For the future, when I want to have something that is async, actually. Cargo. Run. So this should give me a black screen, basically. Right? There we go. We have a black screen. Amazing. Alright, I want to git ignore the run. Black screen pog. Okay, and like I said, we start with actually drawing these splines. So we actually, for this game jam, I guess I'm just making the the vector art application, right? That's what we do. Okay. Sure. Let's have a camera. I will need a camera. Let's see. Looking at 0. Rotation. 0. FOV. Let's have a config file, actually. So I will have assets. config toml like I usually do, I guess. I'll specify like background color be black here, and FOV to be something like that. To derive deserialize struct config background GBA and FOV is this. Want to be camera to the FOV. Let's do minimum size to be config FOV. So here I say config is file load wrap from assets config toml, right? So this is the config. Config deserialize owned is not satisfied. Cannot find create serde. Okay, we need to do cargo add serde features derive. Okay, I think that should work now. There you go. Only warnings. Nice. And this will also... So I will store the config inside the game. Config. And over here, instead of clearing with black, I will say self-config background, right? So that I can actually configure it. And if I say over here something like hashtag 222, so that it's not like completely black, but like just the dark gray color, then it's going to be a dark gray color instead, right? Yeah. Okay, nice. Config. Then I want to be able to draw, right? Okay. So do I draw with dragging or with clicking is the question. I think clicking should be easier than dragging. It's, you know, it's then you don't need to hold your mouse button, and you know, like that's requires some effort for the player to hold the finger down. Let's do it without that. So what I will do is something like start draw. Is start draw. Let's have an optional or I guess like not start draw, but like current drawing. Like what am I currently drawing, you know? Because I feel like this is going to be extended, so I'm going to do an enum. And for now I'm just going to start with a single point, because like before we have any rails, I need to start somewhere, right? But eventually I will want to be able to start drawing from a specific like rail. And so like I have a junction, for example, right? So something like from scratch, maybe. And if I draw from scratch, then I want to have like the starting position, which is just a position, right? in the game world. So we start with drawing nothing, right? But I say something like, if I have an event which is a mouse press of the mouse button left, right? Let's say the left mouse button is what I'm pressing. And then I say, I'm going to match self-drawing. If it is none, which means that I'm not drawing anything right now, then I start drawing. If it was some, then I'm going to also be matching this. And I will like continue drawing or something here. You know? So let's first go from drawing nothing to start drawing, right? We can start with just drawing straight segments, maybe. And I guess when you start, all you can do is a straight segment. That makes sense to me. Yeah, maybe. All right. So if it's none, then where I start drawing from is actually something like I want to know what I'm hovering right now, because we are going to once again start a drawing by like hovering over something and then like continuing from there, right? So let's have another state which is going to be like hovering. Hovering is something which I'm going to update basically like every frame or something. So hover, maybe, so for now we can only hover nothing, which just gives me the position in the game world where my mouse cursor is, kind of, you know? So hover by default is going to be hover nothing, position just in the center, I guess. So I will say that when I move the cursor, yeah, let's say this. When I move the cursor, then I'm going to say that world position is self camera screen to world. Frame buffer size will need to be saved, and then position. All right, so I will need to save frame buffer size. So when I draw, buffer size, frame buffer size. Okay, so I get the world position whenever I move my cursor, and I say that I'm hovering now. This world position. This logic is going to be more complex later, but for now, that's what we do. So when I do the drawing, guess I want this to be copy clone debug. Okay, so over here, if I want to start drawing, then I say that I'm going to match self hover. If I'm hovering nothing, of course, right? Then I say that my drawing is going to be drawing from scratch starting at this position that I was hovering, right? And then when I say from scratch, so after I start drawing from the start and I click again, right? I'm going to say that I'm going to once again match hover. And if it is nothing, then so this is my end position, right? And I say self-drawing is some drawing from scratch at this position. For now, I do this. And start. And then I just add to the game. So like we store the game state, right? The tracks. Let's see, tracks. Tracks. Let's for now just store them as a list of segments. I'm going to change this later. But this is a list of segment, which is basically just 2 points. Stored in a list. Right? Let's have a default derive, so that by default my tracks are the default, which is empty track system. So over here, I say that self tracks segments push a new segment, which is start and end, right? That's it. So now I can draw, I think. We can just do the imaginary drawing though. In order to show it on the screen, I need to draw what I drew. Right? And to draw what I drew. Let's for now do it very inefficiently, because it doesn't really matter for now. So I say for segment in for A and B, I guess, in A and B in self tracks segments. Okay, can I draw a segment? I remember how to draw a segment. So this is your life, huh? What do you mean? This is my life. You look ill. Are you okay? Do I? And what's wrong with my looks? Which plugin for the movement? It's Neovite. It's not a plugin, it's front end. Oh, my bot is not working, never mind. It's a Neovite. This thing. It's like a GUI front end for the Neovim. Frame buffer. What are we doing here? Camera. Camera and drawable. Draw 2D. We do have segment. I can do a new. Segment. AB. Width. Config. Track. Or width. Color. Config. Track. Color. Which is self-config. Track config. Color and width. Track width 1. Color is AAA. Robert Patterson. Did you change your name? I think you changed your name. D2 Jam is a new cool thing, apparently. Is there anyone else doing the D2 Jam right now? Or is everyone sleeping? I think everyone might be sleeping. How do you look? Wait, hold on. Can I see it? All of these? Yeah, I think everyone who was doing this is sleeping. Baby Merlo, hello, hello. Oh, by the way, I can go to the event page. I can create to events page. Create event. Who made this website? It doesn't fit on the screen. If it's this width. If it's this width, then it fits. This doesn't. Alright. I knew who made it. A link. Twitch TV Coolman. Hi. Making game. Making Factorio. I mean, I'm making a tiny portion of Factorio for a game jam in a couple days. For a game jam. Temek DC, hello. Event duration. Oh my god, what is this? Icon. Game dev. Event duration. What is this? 322 2025. Say that I started at 00. I'm going to end at, I'm not sure when I'm going to end. Say 7. Making game. Don't add biters, I hate them. Yeah, I don't think I'm adding biters. So this game jam has the theme of trains. So we are making a game about trains and not about biters. If the theme was biter, then I would not make trains and I would instead be making the biters, you know? But unfortunately, the theme was trains. All right. It was voted by the participants of the game jam. Here's what other people are making. Ship it. Life in Tron Train. So that's the game idea of somebody else. All right. Anyway, so here's my game, by the way. Look at this. I can draw. I should probably have a preview of the things that I'm drawing. So right now I'm only making the segments, so a polyline, right? Like I said, later I will want to draw my track with like curves. That would be nice, I think. But also, I mean, at the same time, curves, they do complicate things, especially if I want to have like collisions. Make sure that I don't draw on top of existing rails. Let's have a preview. If let some drawing is self-drawing, edge drawing. From scratch, start. Then I'm going to match self-hover. Nothing. And so I will draw another segment like this, but with another color, like a preview color. Segment from start to end with the preview. I know, drawing color. Preview color. Let's do something like that. Big. Preview color. What should be the preview color? I think same as that, but like semi-transparent, basically. Maybe it should not even be the color, it should be like opacity of the preview, I don't know. I can color it a little bit, like the ghosts in Factorio, they're slightly bluish. So here you go. Now I can see the preview, and then I click and I start drawing another one, and another one, another one. Alright. Okay. If I draw with the left mouse button, how do I move my camera? Like, I do want to move my camera, right? I think like right click would cancel the drawing. A left click is how you draw. We can move the camera with WSD, but with the like mouse only kind of makes sense here. Middle mouse button is not something that not everybody has. I mean, I can do everything on the left click. And I can just say that I can do this on the mouse release instead of on mouse press, right? But I only do this if not self-moving camera. You know, so everything is going to be done with the left mouse button. I think that's nice. Moving camera. White trains. Wait, actually, wait, can I have some like PV, like player versus enemies? Some PvE action? If we only have trains? Can I have enemy trains? And probably like Figma and Illustrator, holding space when clicking lets you grab and shift the canvas. Yes, but like for this Zen experience, I think it's important to have mouse-only controls. This means that you can play the game with one mouse, well, with one hand, and use your other hand to do, I don't know, to drink tea, you know? Like, if you can make a game that doesn't require two hands, that's better than requiring two hands. Right? We can have, like, both options, but... I'm gonna try to focus on the mouse-only approach here. Cursor move. Okay. Mouse release button. Doesn't matter if I'm moving camera. On the other hand, then I say moving camera is false. We'll do that in the very beginning. So how do I start moving camera? How do I start moving camera? There's a demand for games that don't require two hands, but they are of a certain nature. What is their nature? Oh, mobile games. That's right. That's right. So the way we like differentiate it between moving camera and drawing is if I actually moved after I started clicking. You know, like if time has passed. Moving camera is, I don't know. Let's say this. Control. Hello, Brainoid. How are you doing? Is your game ready already? Is your game ready? You haven't written a single code yet? Well, but you have a lot of ideas, as far as I'm aware. Which, yeah, I start from a different direction. I start with code, and then the ideas, they will come to us during the making of the game, I'm sure. Control. I think I do something like this. I have a enum control. So I'm either idling or I am detecting what I want to do. Start. And timer. Maybe timer also will be there. Yeah, sure. Or I am moving camera. There we go. Moving camera with a previous position. Like this. Okay, so originally my control is the idle. So when I say mouse press button, probably just with the left mouse button, all right, I'm going to say that control is control detect, with start being But if I was hovering something, then it probably is better. Let's see, start start position and start hover. I think I want to save this thing. Drive, debug. Yeah, probably. So start is going to be and to convert this the world position is window cursor position, unwrap or 0. Start is a world position, timer is a new timer, start hover is self hover. Gardienke, hello, hello. Mouse release. So over here, I don't say moving camera. I just have a mouse release with a button. I mean, let's make sure that it's just the left mouse button, maybe for now. But this if is not going to be here, and I'm going to decide what I do based on my current control. Right? So if I am idling, then I literally do nothing. There is no way that could have happened. Kind of. So if I was detecting this stuff, though, this means that I'm actually doing the drawing. Right? So this is where this code goes. But I go not from the self hover, because it potentially moved like a pixel or two. I go from the start hover. That's why I was saving it. I don't care where I started or what's the time that has passed. And then when I'm moving camera from the previous position, which also doesn't really matter, then I just say that I do nothing. Yeah, I just do nothing, that's right. But in any case, since I have released my mouse button, in any case, I'm going to replace the control with, like, I'm going to become idle in terms of controlling again, right? Maybe I should have a better name. It's like, it's not control, it's like detecting what I'm trying to do with my mouse. Kind of thing. I guess. Alright, and then when I'm moving my cursor, right? When I'm moving my cursor, then I'm going to say that if control, if I am moving the camera, previous position is self-control, then I'm going to say that control is once again, maybe I just do mutable and then I say previous position is world position, so I update this, but also I actually move the camera, right? So self camera position of the center plus equals the world position minus previous position, either this or the other way around. Let's just see what it is. Okay, and when do I go into the state of moving the camera? It is either the time has passed or I moved too much from the starting position. Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, actually, yeah. Yes. So if I am in detecting mode, I don't care about the where I started the hover or about the timer here. But if world position minus start length is more than self config control minimum drag distance, I think this should be in the not in the world coordinates though. I think this should be not in the world coordinates because it shouldn't really depend on the zoom level. That's one of the issues with like Factorio map view. I'm going to rename this to start. Okay, let's have all of those. Let's have start world position, and let's have start screen position too. Let's have both. Start screen position is just position. Okay, just so that I don't mess up, we make this one an F64. Okay, so yeah, over here, I'm going to say that if... Can I rename this one to screen position 2 then? Right, so current screen position minus start screen position. But then it also depends on on the size of the monitor. I want it to be like relative. Let's let's multiply this by self-config control target window height divided by self-frame buffer size y. Let's do this. So it's like it's not exactly screen position. But screen position as if our screen size was some like normalized. You know what I mean? Control config. Target window height and minimum drag distance. Let's see. So I'm going to say target window height, something like I don't know. Just doesn't matter. 600 and minimum drag distance is I mean, I can just make it something like if it's 100, then I need to drag at least like 1 unit. So for a window of the height of 1000, I would need to drag at least 10 pixels, right? Just do like that. Over to F32. Okay. So so if I have dragged enough, then I say that self-control is control moving camera, where previous position would just be start world position. So like where I actually started dragging. I think that makes sense. Control, not config. Okay, this doesn't do the timing control. The timer is not being used, but let's see. So if I draw like this, right? I can never right now I can never cancel drawing, right? But so right now I can move my mouse, and if I click, then I'm going to draw another segment. But if I drag my mouse like this, then it's going to move the camera. But I think this over here is in the I'm with the wrong sign, the math. So draw, 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 and then I drag the camera like this. Okay. It's glitching a little bit, all right. Why is it glitching? Well, once I start moving the camera, I just say that camera center is... So the center of the camera... No. Wait, is it even correct right now? I mean, almost. Why is it glitching like this? That's weird. Moving camera, previous position. Previous position because the world position of the current cursor. Right? Cursor world position. Cursor screen position. Previous position. This cursor world position. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't need to update it, right? Do I need to update it? Because when I start dragging, the world position should always be the same, right? It should not even be this. I should just update my camera so that the position under the cursor always stays in the same world position, right? I just don't even need to update it, I think. Draw, 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 and then move the camera. I think I can increase this minimum dragging distance a little bit. Let's see, I'm using... I mean, I don't know, really. I just say that this is 5 and see how it feels. So you see how if I start dragging over here, so I started drag right now, then I move my mouse, right now it just moves a little bit from the starting position, but if I move too far, then it like makes the camera go into the moving state. This prevents like if I want to click something really quickly, I potentially am going to actually move my mouse like a pixel or a couple. So that's like the dead zone where I treat as if you have not moved your mouse. Okay. I think then the what I should do is if I mouse release the mouse button right, then I will say that self-drawing is not... Like, I should just cancel the drawing on the right click. Maybe even on mouse press, I don't know. So that it immediately stops. That makes sense, right? So so I draw, and then I go do the right click, and I just stop drawing, and I can do a completely separate thing. Okay. Right? There you go. And I can move my camera. I should probably be able to zoom the camera too. Stuffs. Just commit something. Let's be able to zoom the camera. Yeah, that is a good idea. So I want to do event wheel delta self camera FOV is let me mute. FOV is FOV multiplied by um control zoom speed to the power of delta, maybe clamp big FOV minimum, FOV maximum, FOV default, FOV config, default, minimum, maximum, FOV default, minimum, maximum, control zoom speed, not sure. To the power there. So I can scroll. This is definitely too much. Am I supposed to just do something like that? Oh, that's definitely too small. The other way too, I think. Oop. Oop. All right, does this look like a game yet? Not really. But we can draw shit. We can also make it just be like a cozy game with not really any goal. Just draw stuff. Draw the tracks. Okay, do I work on the better shapes? On like the curves? Or do we start with the segmented tracks and try to make this into some sort of gameplay? I need to like make the trains go on this thing, right? Hmm. Let's implement the timer first, since I started with this already. I guess without the timer is fine, but let's have the timer too. So if I'm right now detecting this stuff, and I have a timer, right? And if the timer elapsed time is more than self-control drag timer, then control is control moving camera. Previous position being start world position. What I can ref here. Drag config control drag timer. Let's say half a second should be enough time for you to click, right? So basically, if you are holding the mouse button down for half a second, then this means that you're dragging and not clicking. Yes. Drag timer. Okay. Maybe the curves, they don't really matter much yet. Let's try to do on the poly, like on this like straight segment, have the trains go there. So how do I see it? How do I see it? I think we should have like a depot or something, which is going to be a train like stop something somehow, like let's say over here somehow. So I think I should be able to draw not only the, or maybe like this is my base. Yeah, maybe this is just my base. So like when I start the game, I have a base and I can connect the rails to it. And this is the basis can like spawn the trains, you know, like when you play a strategy game like a Warcraft 3 something, right? You have like the town hall where you can spawn the crypts that actually do the work, right? So that's the thing. We can spawn trains. I guess I should be able to like select the nodes then and do something inside of them, like create a new train. Um, Maybe. How would that work even? Hmm. So yeah, in addition, I do think that in addition to the rails themselves, we need to draw like the points which are train stations, and maybe we have a starting building. Um, Maybe we'll have a starting building. This is where the trains come from. Maybe I can click a plus button somewhere in the corner, which is just adding a new train, or by hovering on this UI, or by clicking on the thing. I don't know. Yeah, use clicking to like draw stuff. Dragging with a dead zone is a little bit weird because it's like jumping. Hmm. I'll maybe think about how to do it better later. Let's say that even if I do press the button to create a new train, where do the trains go? Do I control the schedules of the trains? Maybe we have like a separate mode where I can like, yeah, like before doing a new train, I should like create their schedule. Can I do that without? Can I do it some in some simplistic way? I mean, I can just have the trains go randomly for now. Like, choose a random destination and then try going there. Alright? I think. I think so. Okay. I think in this case, though, okay. I mean, I can also just spawn them on a random on a random places. Maybe that's what I should do. So like after I draw something, let's just see some movement, right? Let's say that I will press space for now or some button. It will spawn me a random train, and the train is going to go random places, right? That's what I want to see. Yeah. So I think the tracks, this is something that is stored in the graph, right? Right now, all I have is a list of segments. They are not really connected. But in order to construct the graph, are you making your dream game? I don't know. What is your dream game? It's going to be a game about spaghetti tracks. I don't know if I can somehow make sure that the tracks that you draw are like very spaghetti. Would be nice. We should probably have obstacles, right? So I cannot like just like right now I'm just drawing on a blank canvas, but maybe I should have obstacles like I don't know, like mountains, trees, something. So I don't know, maybe like going through them should cost something. I don't know really. We'll see. Maybe we'll generate a world. But over here I need to have a graph, right? So I should have nodes, right? I should have nodes of the graph, which is let's have a hash map from let's have a collection of nodes. The track node, track node, ID, derive as ID. Is that a thing that I can derive? I think so. Struct ID, say U64, we clone ek hash. Debug. Serialize, deserialize. I played Railroad Tycoon games or Workers and Resources. No, not really. I know also like maybe something similar. I'm not sure if it is similar or not. There is the mini Metro. I seen it a little bit, but I didn't really play. No. I could go into the research right now, into research mode instead, but it's fine. It's fine. If I'm making something that's already been made, it's fine. So we have nodes, right? And then segments that we have is just the this is like the graph edges, right? Okay, so track node will have the position actually like this, and I will have the connections is going to be a hash set of IDs. Can do the graph like that, for example. Sure, why not? So instead of pushing into a segment, right, I need to make a new thing. When I say from scratch, this means that so like now I'm drawing. Sometimes I'm drawing from scratch, which is the node that doesn't exist yet, or I can do from node ID, right? I guess these are the options that I should have. Okay, let's say let start. I also should have like the ID generator or something. Workers and resources have convenient destination manager building. It manages trains, cargoes, wagon amounts, schedule for you. You just tell it what resource you need and where to be delivered. Yeah. The thing when I'm drawing over here, I say that start is let's see over here when I'm drawing, start is match drawing. If it is from scratch, then I say ID is ID gen, and then I say self tracks nodes, insert a new node with ID, with position being start. I guess I just do track node new. ID gen start. Something like that. Let's have a method new, which takes an ID generator and a position. Actions is an empty hash set. And if I have from node, then I just get it the ID. That's it, right? So this is my node, right? ID is node ID. I inserted that node, and that's my ID, kind of, right? That's my start. And then end is match hover. Right? If I am hovering a position, then I am just making a new node at that position. And yeah, so like I should be able to have the hovering over nodes. Bevy has example of loading huge terrain smoothly. I'm not using Bevy. I'm making it basically all from scratch, as you can see. So I just say self tracks, add connection from start to end, right? This is going to be like a bidirectional connection from A to B, which is self nodes get mute A, unwrap connections, insert B, and self nodes get mute B, unwrap connections, insert A. So I like add the edge in both directions. Look Wolf Games, hello, hello. How you doing? You're being watched by shadow people, huh? Sure. I'm going to watch the shadow people too. Don't do anything shady. Shadow people. Drawing. From node. So this is where I draw the preview, yeah? Yeah. This is where I draw the preview, yes. You love coding stream? Enjoy. I'm trying. I haven't done it for a while because I was playing Factorio for too long. Right? But yeah. I'm using Rust programming language. I'm using my own game engine, which is having nothing inside, so I'm basically making the game from scratch. What do I want to do here? This is me drawing the preview. Preview. So start is match draw self-drawing. If it is match, no, match drawing. If it is from scratch, then this is the position. If it is ID, then it is self-tracks nodes at the ID unwrapped position, right? Like this. And then end is downtown. Classic toilet excuse. How do you load models? Do you write your own loaders every time? What models? What is a model? I'm not doing 3D most of the time. I'm just doing the 2D stuff. When I was making like 3D games, I have like the OBG loader, which is like very simple one. I have a GLTF loader too. I don't really support animations though. Let's see here. There's an example with GLTF, but it doesn't have the animation, right? I can load a model, 3D model like this from GLTF or OBG. But usually when I do animations like this, then I just make it with code, you know, because yeah. Should someone be a gamer before building games, or is it not necessary? I think it helps understanding what the gamers want, since you're making a game, right? But I mean, of course, you can make games without playing games. There's a lot of people who are doing that as a job, right? But I'm not sure if that results in good games. You gotta test it a lot. Well, you can have a separate person for testing, right? Technically, like when you're making when you're in a big company, you have separate tester and separate like actual developer, right? So the testers are the ones that play the game, and then developers are the ones that are making the game. I'm assuming. I don't know how it really works there. Preview color. So over here, when I'm drawing, I'm not drawing the segments, right? I literally go for node in self tracks nodes for, I guess this is A, and then for B in A connections. This will give me like both directional connections though. So I think only if B is more than A or something. So that I don't draw every segment twice. I'll probably like generate a mesh once instead of like drawing like this eventually. So we draw a segment from A position to B position. Okay, so now we have an actual graph. Over here, B is self tracks nodes get B unwrap. So if B ID is more than A ID, something like that. Okay, from node is never constructed. So now I should be able. Now what I want to do. Also, if I continue drawing like this, then I should say that self-drawing is some drawing from node. ID is the end. So when I end it, I continue drawing from the same node. It's not just the position anymore. We use IDs. Okay. And then I want to have like some snapping, right? Let's have control. I don't know. Yeah, sure. Snap distance is maybe a little more than the minimum drag distance, so it's going to be a separate thing. Control config snap distance. So what I want is, wait, but snap distance also needs to be in the green coordinates. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I can do that. So this is where I want to change my hovering logic, right? So right now, I always say that the hovering thing, right, is the thing under the cursor, which is nothing right now, right? But I need to see if there is actually something under the cursor. So I'm going. Let's for now I will only allow the connections to the nodes, but eventually I guess I should be able to connect in between the segments, which is going to like create a new node in the middle of a segment, probably. So I shouldn't. I don't actually want to see the nodes maybe of the graph here. Use multi-thread Rust features during game development. Not really. I mean, my stuff is single-threaded mostly. I mean, I'm doing like multi-threading for like loading files, for example. I load them in multiple threads, but mostly I just do the single threading because I'm targeting the web, and in browser you don't have the threads. So a lot of the decisions in my game engines are because I want to support the web. That's why, for example, my loading functions are async, right? I don't have blocking for loading the files. I use async file loading. Because you cannot block the thread, the main thread on the web. Okay, so I just do something like for self tracks nodes iter let's do minimum by key. So if I have a node, node position minus cursor world position, length, right? I want to find the closest node to the cursor. Yeah. A flat, some closest node. Be this. Then I will also check the distance. So a node, closest node position. I want to like convert it into screen coordinates, kind of. Because the distance for snapping should not depend on the zooming level. So I say world to screen for the closest node position. Then I say world to screen for the cursor world position, which is just cursor position technically, right? Cursor screen position, kind of. It's what I'm looking at. And then I want this length multiplied by self-config control target window height divided by frame buffer height. And if this is less than the control snap distance, Or is it, where is it? Self config, control, snap distance. Only then I say that I'm actually hovering this node. So hover is going to be hover node, which is closest node ID. Guess I do this in this order. World to screen gives me an optional thing. Oh, if it's outside of the screen that I cannot do it. I see. Yeah, sure. Node screen position. Node screen position is this. I guess I say if let sum. Okay, and then hover node should be a new variant. So I should be able to hover nothing, or I should be able to hover over a node. Then I will later be able to hover over like the segments, but that's like a polishing-ish thing. Yes, don't really matter right now. So if I was hovering over a node, when starting clicking, then I start drawing from node with this ID. Over here, when I finish the drawing, if I'm hovering over a node, then I'm connecting to the existing node. So I just give this ID. I'm just connecting to that thing. Yes. For the preview, if I'm hovering over a node of ID, then I want to get its thing. So tracks nodes get ID unwrap position. Okay, so now I should be able to draw with snapping. I should probably have a preview of what I'm hovering, right? So like, yeah, you see like over here, when I'm getting close to this thing, the preview disappears. It's because the preview actually is trying to snap to the existing node now. Maybe I should draw like a circle there or something. Right? This way I can create a graph. Hello, Nerdsoul. How's your game? Thanks for the sub. And I can start drawing from existing nodes too. I'm Oda? I'm not sure. I mean, for now, I'm making the game solo, yeah. You're about to start? Alright. You will have to settle for Snake. Oh, just the Snake game? But it's a train? Alright. I'm making the drawing application, basically. Here. I want to be able to draw graphs. And then, so like, okay, so now that I can create the graph, I want now to be able to spawn some random trains. Fog paint too? Yeah. Yeah. I want to, like right now I only do the straight segments. I want them to be curved though later too, I think. We'll see though how far I get. Nodes. All right, finally, after we have the graph, before going for trains, let's do the preview of the hovering. Yeah, let's do that. preview. So like if I'm going to match self hover, right? And if I'm hovering on nothing, then I'm going to do nothing. But if I'm hovering a node, then I want to highlight that node, right? So I'm going to say that I want to draw a circle with a center at self tracks nodes get ID unwrap position. Radius is going to be a config track with sure self config drawing review color. I think this is good enough. This is going to make it like twice as wide because the radius is the same as the width, right? So it's going to be like a twice bigger circle than the width of a thing. So like over here, I'm hovering this node, I'm hovering that node, right? So I'm drawing, and then I can see the things a little bit. All right, I'm gonna make it look nicer later. Good enough. Preview hover. All right, now the trains. Now to the trains. How do we even represent a train? How do we even represent a train? Because like, so we can represent kind of easily the point, right? Yeah. Let's see. So if I want to represent a point on the track, right? Struct track point. So it's not the node, it's a point anywhere on our track, I think. So in order to have a point, I think what I need to do is I need to have the so like it's always about a segment, I think, right? So the segment going from node A, right? From node A to node B, and then what is the distance or the percentage in between them? Have you tried stacked sprites technique? What is stacked sprites technique? I don't know, probably not. Gelato style.
This isn't a 3D scene. This is a stack of 2D images drawn from a top-down view which, when put together, look 3D. This can save you from having to draw multiple angles of the same sprite. It's called sprite stacking, and let me show you how to do it. Let's make some...
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of this. I've seen this before. Do I need it? I can see myself like just making the different visualization with full 3D here if we want. Have some boxes. Probably not very difficult. Instead of having it top down. From 2 and I don't know. Let's have like the ratio, maybe. From 0 to 1. I think that should be good. Oh, so like technically, actually, what I want is I want to be able to hover every track point, right? So like, right now I can only hover on the nodes, but if I could to everywhere. That would be nice. Okay. Tracks function. Point. So if I have a track point, I want to get the position of it, right? Point position. Right, so from is self nodes get point from 2 is this one, so I have 2 nodes, right? And then I just return from position plus 2 position minus from position times point ratio. For now, when we get the curved tracks, this will be a little bit more complex, but good enough for now. Point position. If I have a train, let's see, what is a train? What is a train? Let's say that it has ID. But other than that, what do we have in a train? I think I should have the, like, head position, or at least the position of one of the heads, right? So head is a track point, I think. And then from there, we go, like, backwards. And all I need to know is the engine, locomotive, yeah, head. Yeah. And then all I need to know about the information there is the... okay, I mean, let's say that I won't have, like, the length of the train. Not the length of the train. What should it be? I mean, let's have the length. Sure. For now, it's just, like, a single continuous thing. I don't do the, like, separate wagons. We just say that the train is a segment that spans along potentially multiple, like, segments of our graph of the tracks, right? So we know that the head is a track point, but then the tail nodes is the nodes that we are also covering, right? Which is going to be a list of IDs. I think that's all, right? Okay. Okay. So in my game, I'll have tracks and I have trains. Let's say that I should be able to spawn a train. For now, I'll just going to make it with a key press. Let's say space. In this case, I'm making a new train. No way, I'm actually extracting something into a method. Imagine. Imagine not writing spaghetti. Hmm. Just a little bit more and I will start actually documenting the code. Yeah, we are on a slippery slope right now. Spawn train. So in order to spawn a train, I want to select the... I think for now, I just going to make it start from a random node. I think I'm going to start it from a random node. So, thread RNG. D2GM stands for document to gem. True. Self track tracks nodes. So I go over all the nodes and I choose the random one with a thread RNG, right? So that's just some node. ID. No, that's actually the node, not even the ID of it. Right? This is yeah, this is a track node. So I choose a random node and I say train. Okay, so ID is ID, generate a new ID. Train. Okay, so I need to initialize ID. The length of the train. Let's say that the length is going to be config test train length. For now, is going to be just a test like this. Test config. Train length. Test train length. Let's say it's 10. Let's say that it is 10. So maybe I just say that the head of the train is a track point which goes from this node to the same node and ratio of 0. Like it, like maybe like should I support the this being the same? Maybe I should. So then the tail nodes is going to be here and empty back, I think. Self trains, insert train. Okay, so I've spawned a train. It's right now just standing at a single position. And then it's going to grow until its length, I think, is what we are going to see. Like, that's how the trains are going to come out of the like of the depot or something. You know? They're not going to be full train length, actually. They're going to, like, slowly spawn as if they're, like, going from nothing. And they're growing, you know, like the snake growing kind of thing. To have a train, I need to move the train. Snake. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. 4 train in self trains. I'm just going to make them be completely independent for now, going through each other, not really doing any pathfinding. They're just going to go to a next random node if they are at a node. How about that? Right? So I'm going to also have the train speed. Let's have also train speed. Right. Okay, so yeah, let's see. So current segment length is train point train head. How will you do that without pathfinding in a graph? I mean, I'm just going to choose the next random connection, so like it doesn't really matter. Pathfinding is going to happen later when I want to like figure out where to go. Yeah. Shouldn't be difficult. So head from self tracks get self head from tracks get no self tracks get nodes get unwrap. Let's say this is from, right? From is this, to is similar, so current segment length is from position minus 2 position length, right? So then I say that current segment progress is train at ratio multiplied by current segment length, right? So this is something that we're going to mutate, right? So current segment progress basically plus equals config train speed multiplied by delta time, right? So we move along the current track. And then when we arrive at the next node, this is where I need to choose the next node to go to, which is based on like the pathfinding, or right now it's just going to be based on the RNG. Right, so if current segment progress is more than current segment length, or I guess let's start with this first. If it's less than current segment length, then I say that train head ratio is current segment progress divided by current segment length. Right? But otherwise, this means that I have actually arrived at the next node already. Right? Yeah, I arrived at the next node already. And I need to say something like next node is going to be 2 connections. I'm going to choose a random one of the next connections, right? So that's it. That is it. What if there is no connections? Expect no connections. I don't know what to do here. Serious question, should I get a haircut before trying to find a job? I can just roll with it. I mean, it depends on the job. What are you trying to work as? You are trying to be, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Depends on your current haircut. I mean, it kind of does depend on the current haircut, indeed. There's a lot of factors for that decision, if it like matters or not. Next node is nodes get next node unwrap. So we get the next node. Next segment length is equal to next node position minus 2 position length. And then I say next segment progress is equal I also need this to be kind of in loop, like, right? Can I do in one frame more than one node? I mean, for the simplicity of this prototype, we can ignore this, I guess. If the nodes are not too close to each other, but... yeah, let's see. Next, the segment progress is going to be equal to... what? Current segment progress minus current segment length. Yeah, like this. And then I say that train head is track point where we go from to, we go to next node ID, and the ratio is the next segment progress divided by next segment length. Right? I can do that. Also, I think we should, since I basically passed a new node, which is the node 2, I should say that tail nodes. By the way, tail nodes probably should not be just a vec. It should be a vec deck, I think, so that I can push and pop from front and from the back. So I push to the front, right? I push to the front the 2. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That is it. So like technically popping from the back is not always necessary. But I can do it here. Yeah, sure. Let's remove from the back. If it's behind like the train, right? Let like I want to do something also like for rendering, right? I should be able to iterate over the parts. It's very similar code that I would write. Maybe it's fine. Let's see. Let not train I don't know, covered length is basically I start with the next segment progress, I guess, right? So I go from the front to the back. Or something in train tail nodes. Do we have the Windows method for the back deck or something? I mean, it can be as slices. Oh, there's 2 slices. Okay, yeah. So if they want to have a window, they cannot really do it. Can I do like the pairs? It's a slice method, yeah, but like the vec deck is implemented as 2 slices that are separate. I can make it contiguous. That is not nice. Like what I want is to like iterate over the pairs. We have it in the iter tools. Yeah, sure. We can do tail nodes, iterate windows, tuple windows. There you go. Tuple windows. So tuple windows. This will say something like A and B, right? Iterate. I can do copied iterator. So I have A and B as 2 IDs, right? And then I say something like covered length plus equal self tracks nodes get a unwrap position minus self tracks nodes. That actually is not always true, I think. Yeah, I think what I should do, current train length, I should extract this into a method, you know? Self tracks segment length, you know? Segment lengths from ID to 2. I should have a method like that. Especially if I add the curves. It's not always just the length between the 2 positions, right? But for now it is. Right? Like that. And then I say covered length plus equals track segment length from A to B. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and also I mean that if covered length is already more than train length, then I can break, right? And I need over here to know the index. So if I do enumeration here, and this is the index, right? Then this must be the last one, right? So I can do train tail nodes. Is there a truncate? Truncate shortens the deck, keeping the first length elements exactly, right? So I want to keep the first index plus 1, which means that keeping the A, but I don't need the B anymore, right? And everything that's past that also is not needed anymore. So I just do this truncate. Keeping the first length elements and dropping the rest. Yeah. Right. This is going to be something kind of similar to the rendering of the train. Let's see. Let's try rendering the trains. For train in self trains. Hmm. So I start with um previous. I don't know. I start with position being self tracks, point position of the train head, right? That's my position. I start drawing from the head, and then I go for A and B in self in train tail nodes, tuple windows. Right. Tin, tin. Ooh, all right. Yeah, so this means that I need to go towards A, towards self tracks, nodes get a position. I think so. Okay, I'm fine with rewriting this code at some point. I guess I just do for A in this. For food, I go towards that, but also covered length is going to be self tracks segment length. Train had 2 multiplied by train had ratio. Maybe I do A and B here. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I do. So over here I say covered, I mean, first of all, I say that if covered length is more than train length, then I'm going to break. I mean, it's supposed to not be like that at all, so I don't really need that. Right? And then I say if let some node is train tail nodes last which is back, right? Then I say draw towards. Well, I mean, over here, I'll say something like covered length plus equal self tracks segment length from A to B. Yeah, I don't really need to check here because we already are maintaining this properly. And then for the last one, it's going to also only be partially connected. Yeah, I go towards A here. So this would include like the last one. So I'm supposed to cover more than length of the train for sure. Right? So I'm going to draw towards self tracks point position a track point. Let's see. So from the last node that node is train add 2, I guess. Or should I say node is a from last node to the node with a ratio being tracks segment length from the last node but I will divide that by I divide by this the actual distance segment length this I divide segment length so hold on a second. My covered length is now more than the train length, right? So I subtract from this the train length, and this is from the end. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. You have to activate Linux when you run in a Windows virtual machine. No, you're supposed to do it when I don't know, my brain is not working. You're supposed to do it, and I don't do it because I'm poor. I'm streaming and not making money, so I cannot afford the license. I'm broke. All right, happens. I feel like I'm almost there, so I just need the draw towards thing. But Linux is free. Free as in somebody paid for your license. Right, so what is draw towards, right? That's what I am trying to do here. Let's see. draw towards is to position. I'm going to just draw a segment, I guess, like I was doing before. Literally the same thing. But I'm going to do config train width, config train color. Let's do that. So I draw a segment from position to the to position. Then I say that position is to position. Just like that. For now should be good enough. Train config derive deserialize train config width and color. Train width is 1.5, color is, I don't know, do we do the red trains? I feel like maybe bluish would be nice, like my background is yeah, we do something like 7 maybe. All right, is it going to work first try? How long have I been writing the code? For like an hour? Imagine if it works first try. After I fix the compilation errors, of course. Cannot assign twice. Covered lengths mutable. It's going to run first try. For sure. Draw, 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 draw. Space. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, something is a little bit weird. I'm drawing outside of the tracks sometimes. It's a little bit wonky, right? Also, like, my train sometimes goes back and forth between the nodes because I'm choosing the random next node, so it can, like, literally turn 180 degrees right now. Is it just the tail that's wonky? Let's see. Let me do, like, shit. A lot of, like, small... I think I should not be able to draw. Spawn a train on this one, yeah. So if it spans like multiple segments, I think it's just the tail that is being drawn incorrectly. Just train your train to not do that. I think I'm running low on FPS, by the way, which probably means that I'm leaking memory or something. Maybe I'm not deleting from the back too much. I'm literally having 1 FPS now. Let's do the rendering first. Maybe, okay, maybe the problem is when I'm deleting the nodes, actually, right? So over here, I also have covered length. Classic gang. What do you mean, Davey? What is, how's your game? Are you making a game for this game jam? Or are you maybe working on Linksider? I don't know. You're making a game with Mark. Nice. Covered length. Okay, is there any issue here? Tail nodes. Will Windows enumerate? Covered length is more than train length. Hello, Ended Bob. Are you doing the D2GM too? Segment length A, B. Yeah, I mean, this code looks nice to me. All right, let's change the rendering then again. I can like have not the assumption, right? Like I can do something like if covered length is more than train length, then I should break last A. Last is something like this. Break last node. Or maybe like some. I guess I just do this. Break last sum A. Last. What is this, right? And then I say if let some last node is last node. This means that, like, even if I have the incorrect data, I'm gonna just break early. So I should not be drawing. Okay, so this looks kind of okay, right? Let's have a train with more length. Let's have the train length of 100. Try making a big track like this. How many people are making the snake? I don't know. I think a lot of people are making the snake. Let's see. So like when it just spawns, I have too big of a tail. I can fix that though. Okay, I also can make sure that it never chooses the direction that it came from, right? Because sometimes it stops, but this means that it basically the train is going backwards. Yeah, I can change this RNG. By the way, what is going to happen if I have a crash? Should I have crashes in this game? Maybe. I'll probably just delete the entire trains, both trains if they crash or something. Or we can, like, I don't know. I mean, it depends. I mean, the train goes. And it runs. Okay. So the problem is then, as far as I understand, is I'm not deleting the nodes here. Maybe. If I need to break early. Then it means I'm having too much. So let's see again. If I say, I'm just going to comment that out, right? Then I'm going to see the issue again. Yeah, for the first segment, I can do that. But then this is actually like, it's weird that it's growing. Can it be that the formula is not correct? Segment length is this, and I'm drawing from the last node to this node. Covered length minus train length. That's the distance to the last node. Yeah, so we go from the last to this node. Yeah. Maybe let's make sure that I'm not choosing the same node that I came from, right? Sure. So I'm going to filter among the connections nodes that are not equal to the one that we came from, right? Just like this. Yes. So then, if I do that, it's going to always go in a circle. This is not long enough, though. Let's make the train shorter again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Or maybe it's because I'm deleting too much. I'm going in the backwards direction. Yeah, I'm actually going in the backwards direction sometimes. For the tail. It's just like the last segment of the train has been rendered incorrectly, right? Which means that the the train length is actually more than the covered length. But the covered length should always be more. Than the train length, right? That's what I'm trying to support. So I'm actually deleting too much? Is that what's happening? Covered length is... next segment progress. Yeah, so I'm braking. I'm literally braking when I'm having too much. That's what I'm doing. So covered length is supposed to always be more than the train length. I mean, like, this should never be 0. Like, the maximum of this and 0 would like fix the tail when I just spawn the train. But that's not really the correct thing. Hello, Pomo. How's your game? So like when it spawns, it's right, but then yeah, this is still incorrect. Wait, what? If this is going that way, that's very weird. You have an idea, but not much else. If covered length more than train length, then break. Why is this fixing it? Wait, what? Because if I break, then like it only becomes bigger. So it's if it was more than the train length, it's going to be more than train length again, right? Why is this fixing it? Guys, why is my code not buggy anymore? I don't understand. Hold on, let me add some bugs. Yeah, can you please? You like trains? Girls of potential, hello? Add guys sound, please. My bot is not working at all today. I don't know what happened there. There's some weird shit. Let's have 2 trains. They're now going through each other. That's the 3rd train on the outer loop. I can add a connection like this. I would like to understand the issue though. Why did it fix it? I don't understand it. If the covered length is more than train length, I'm only adding to the train length, right? Oh, maybe because this is too big. Oh, because it's too big. Yeah. So this means that I'm not deleting enough nodes. Okay. So when I'm doing the truncate, I'm truncating to I+1. which makes sure that the A still exists. Did Rust slow for game dev due to compile time, static linking, or still faster than C++? I think that it doesn't really matter. But, yeah. The compile times are something that can hurt sometimes, but I think that it's a small price to pay for all the other advantages that Rust gives you. But there's a lot of people who think otherwise, yeah. Having like something like Rust, but with fast compilation time would be nice. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like Rust should have a more dynamic approach, a compilation mode, something which allows you to write the code the same way, but make it be like almost interpreted, or like, I don't know, just in time compiled something. You don't think it matters in a game jam because the Unity build takes longer than a Rust compile? How long is your build taking in Unity? Is it like 10 seconds? Can 10 seconds be the duration of a build? Wait, are you like building every... You mean like you are building every time? Have you tried the crane lift backend? Maybe I should try it. Yeah, no, but I tried the linker, the mold. It doesn't really help much. Especially on a bigger project, I can be compiling for like a couple seconds. But like one of the things that I'm doing here, right? I have this config, right? So instead of hard coding the constants, if I want to change the train length, I would change it in a config. This does not require recompilation. This, like, some of the tricks like that are done because, like, if I have a constant in the code, I would need to recompile actually. Right? But yeah, I don't think it matters too much. It's more important to not debug buggy code for a long time. So Rust helps me preventing bugs, basically. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Dun, 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 dun. It builds fast for code changes, but building for projects can take minutes depending on the target platform. Yeah, but you don't do that, right? You do the build, the actual build, only once you're ready to upload the project, right? If I build the release build, it's also going to take longer than what I'm doing right now with debug mode. What am I doing right now? Just staring at the code, right? For no reason. Train. Over here, I have an issue here somewhere. Covered length is the next segment progress. Then I go for the tail nodes. If the covered length is already more than the train length, then I truncate, which shortens the thing, keeping the first length elements and dropping the rest. Otherwise, I go forward with this one. Should this be I and not I plus 1? I don't think so. Like this, that would be weird. I'm supposed to do this. No. Yeah, this is truncating too much now. And it still did not fix it, by the way. So maybe... No, this code seems correct. Maybe the problem isn't the rendering, but what is it? Why don't I see the issue? I don't know. Let's not think about it. If it works with this fix, then it works, right? I don't know. Okay, what's the next goal? If I have the trains that are going... The font. The font is the monospace font. This one. My bot is not working, so there you go. This one, the Krypton one in the bottom. This one. Okay, what is the gameplay? What is the gameplay? I can also do the pathfinding instead of like RNG. The game is play. What? So I'm currently thinking that maybe I should Maybe I should. So, like, what I want is to have at the train stations, right? I'm thinking that maybe I will generate a world where I have some random resources, right? Which are probably just going to be, I don't know, maybe not the point. Something. Like I want to basically have some like loading of the trains and unloading of the trains, right? That's what we want. So how do I load a train? With cargo or with people? I don't know. Whatever we load them with, right? Similarly to how the trains are spawning, I can make the train stop a single point. So in order to go to a station, it just like the train becomes a single point. Eventually, it shrinks down back. I think that would be weird though, so I don't want that. Is it multiplayer? No, it's not multiplayer. No, I don't want to do multiplayer. I want to do something simple. Not this time. So if I want to have a train stop, we just makes the train no longer moving then, right? Um, um, maybe what I need, maybe what I will have is so like maybe I will have like resources and they are going to be not points but like areas on the map. You know, like this is like iron, right? This is iron. It's a circle or I don't know, something. Just like in Factorio, right? Since we're cloning Factorio, let's do it this way. So then then in order to collect iron, all I need is for the train stop itself to be inside this area, maybe, right? Like I'm not going to be putting the mining drills and all of that stuff, right? But maybe just to collect this iron, I need to have the train stop, which is a point, right? To be inside this area. And then we have a track that goes through this, right? Hello, Toby. So this is picking up the iron, basically taking from this. Then it's delivering it somewhere else where iron is going to be consumed, right? Yeah. So maybe we do build a factory, but the way I'm building a factory maybe also is something like this. Maybe, so in Factorio, the game, you have assembling machines, right? But instead of having the assembly machine, we are going to build like, we're going to pretend that it's a full factory, right? So let's say that this is factory that is like smelting the iron, for example, right? Factory that is smelting the iron. Smelting the iron, SMI, right? And for every factory type, we can also make like this to be a certain shape, maybe a square, maybe a circle, whatever, right? So in order for this factory to work, I need to have I need to be delivering the iron here. So I need to have a train stop here, which is you know, connected like this, something. So a point which is delivering the iron, and then another point which is taking the smelted iron, right? The iron plates. So all I need is to make these factories, which are basically areas and then I connect anywhere inside this area a thing. Or maybe instead of connecting anywhere, I can make dedicated places. Like I can have the iron patch to also be a thing where the train stop is already there, kind of, right? So all I need is to make the train go through there. You know what I mean? So like the train stop is already there. So iron is basically is like a factory that is only producing the iron. How about that? And then the smelting iron is a factory which has one input and one output, right? So my job as like the train manager is to connect inputs to outputs, right? That's the game. That makes sense, right? Right. So this means that the actual train stops, I'm not making the train stops, I think. Yeah, I think I'm not making the train stops. I can build the factories, and there are some pre-existing factories like in the form of the ore patches in the game world. Which basically means that there are just pre-existing train stations. Yeah. My guy is dealing with severe Factorio withdrawal syndrome. I'll go take a bathroom break. Train games were out there before Factorio. True. Okay, here's one of the things that I was thinking about though that is a little bit weird, I think. If I have a train that has some length to it, right? if I have a train, so like let's say that I want to collect this iron, right? This is a train stop. A train stop is a single point in the game world, right? But the train itself is like long like this, right? So it's far outside of the actual iron patch. Isn't that weird if I collect the iron this way? It's a little weird then. So it like goes from this to like the last wagon. How do I make it look better? No need to stop. No, I think it should be stopping, yes. I think this like iron patches are something that have a certain amount of resources in them, and then they have like certain mining speed maybe when the train is on this station. In your game, the train will never stop. I think I want the trains to stop. I want them to take time to load and stuff. And this smelting factory will take time to actually process the input into the output too. I think that makes sense. I just wanted to make sense visually a little bit, so if my train is long, right? I mean, maybe it's fine. If it's long. Like, maybe like the way it's rendered is like I just drop particles going from this iron patch into all the wagons. You know, even if they are relatively far away, it's going to be fine. Right? All that matters is that the train is stopped over here. A little weird though. If I have if I have something with multiple inputs and multiple outputs, like let's say that I have 3 inputs and one output, right? I have these stations. How do I even build this? I mean, one of the easiest ways is to do like this, right? But then it means that all the 3 inputs cannot be delivered at the same time. But if I try to do something like that, a little weird. Maybe. Mm -hmm. Um, do I want to be able to move the train stops is basically the question. Wait, so like how does this work? Maybe I mean I can represent the belts kind of. You know, like what if if these are the inputs, what if instead I'm actually building the train stop like over here, right? And then I need to connect this train stop to this thing, and that represents like a belt kind of, you know. So the train comes here, so I can choose where the train's actually stopping, right? and then I make the thing like that. Um, I don't know. That's like the extra thing. I would want to limit the length of it anyway. How's the gem going? Hello, big boy. Games. Um, I'm trying to figure out the gameplay. So far, I made trains go on the tracks. I can. They are just going randomly right now. I can draw some tracks. Only schematic graphics right now. And then the trains, they just go. You know. And I'm trying to figure out the gameplay. How's your game going? Yeah, so I'm trying to do something similar to Factorio, but with only trains, basically. So the current idea is that we have like some raw resources which we take, then we deliver it to the factories, and factories are something that's having inputs and some outputs. And the raw resources is basically same to a factory, but it only has the output. The question is how do I connect them? I'm trying to come up with that. Mm -hmm. Like, how do I connect the output? Because once again, the problem is that the train is like something that takes that has a length. A train stop is something that is a singular point. All right, I need a break, 5 minutes. Boats of the trains of the seas. Hmm. Let's ask ChatGPT. Is boat a train? No, it's not. All right. If you consider a river rails, I think what like distinguishes train from all the other like vehicles is that it's a snake, right? It's like a segmented vehicle, right? Is there such a thing? Um, um, similar train, but water. Something they call ferry or a water bus. Ferry water bus. Nah, that's not a train. Okay. Mm, where was I? Yeah, this thing, the bathroom break. That's where I was. Yeah. Um, how can I make this make more sense? I mean, this kind of makes sense. It's just like I feel like it might end up being weird. Um, we get trains, catapults. Trust me. Yeah, but the game jam theme is the train. All right, let's do this. Just like I said, right? So I'm going to have factories. Factories are going to have inputs and outputs, which are basically um the thing where I connect my which I connect my trains, right? Let's see. I'm going to have a factory. I'm going to have a factory. Factory has inputs and outputs. We'll just call those IO, which is going to be hash um collection factory IO. And it's gonna be just a list. I guess it's fine because factories are going to have the constant amount of them. Maybe struct factory IO is going to have the relative position to the factory itself. It's going so the factory has the position, and then the factory IO is relative to the factory itself, right? Yes. Um. So this one. Um. is going to say what is the type, right? Type is IO type. It's either input or output, I think. And then the resource type is a resource. What's a resource? Um, so resource is going to be the something. I can make this just a name. Or I can make it an ID. Resource ID, sure. If my yeah. Okay. The trains had drills underneath it, so it has to travel through the patch and spend time to drill and extract resource. Yeah, that's basically how it's going to work. I think. I'm not like yeah. It's basically if I have the resource patch, like this is the iron, right? I just connect the track here, and all I need is to have the train that is going to this station, right? Another question: how is it in the gameplay? Am I doing the schedules of the trains, or maybe I just connect the tracks together and I don't like the game like does the schedules automatically the way I'm doing it when I'm playing Factorio. So I just you know like literally all I need is to connect the inputs to outputs. That's the entire gameplay. I can also like build factories, I guess. Sure. And then I just make the lines to connect inputs and outputs. And then like for every type of the resource, like I say how much trains do I want, and then I click the plus button to add another train, and that's it. That's the entire gameplay. How about that? And then our goal in the game is to like produce a lot of a certain type of a resource, which is I don't know, like the rockets if we're talking about Factorio, right? So yeah, we don't ask about how the train drills. It just happens. True. Yeah, maybe it's just like the amount of trains that I control. Should I control the amount of trains? Should I control the schedule? I think it's fine without the schedule. So every train is going to be something like this. We go to the input, and then we go to the output. And that's it. That's the entire thing. Will there be deletable rail tracks, which can crash the game? Yes, I should. But maybe not without, maybe without the crashing part. It would be nice if we don't make the game crash. But I should only be able to delete the tracks that are like not covered by train, I guess, right? I think in out potentially a depot. I'm not sure if the depot makes sense. But maybe. Makes sense, you're making Factorio. Hello, Rinks. How's your game going? We'll see about the trains. Yeah, but I think the schedules being fixed makes sense. It's okay. Same as the factory, like layout is fixed. Then we're gonna oppose the name fac. What do you mean? We have the name already. The name is Factorio because all we are doing is placing tracks in this game, basically. Almost. Like a short version of Factorio. Get it? Well, I mean, it's Factorio. It's like Factorio, but it's only about the placing the tracks. The other parts are not there. Okay, so we have factories. Factories have inputs, outputs, something like that, right? Relative positions. And all I need, so like I should be able to make my rails go through the inputs and outputs, right? And also I should be able to make the Factorio, like Factorio but with tractors. Yeah, I should make the factories. Yes. Let's have this over here. Like, right? Let's see. So I will like make sure that I have like factory types, right? So factory that is making iron, right? For example, this is iron ore. Iron ore. This is where we put the drills, right? Technically. So our iron ore, it has inputs. So it doesn't have any inputs, right? Or maybe I just say something like this. IO is, and then I have a list with a thing. Can I do this? Factory IO. I think that's how you do it in Toml, right? Factory IO, and then you say and then you say type is output, and then you say relative position. So that's, yeah, that's kind of like what we have here. So then the resource is a resource. Since I'm just going to have this thing deserialized, resource. Right. So we are resource, just a string basically. Yeah, good enough. So resource here is iron ore, right? It's doing the output of iron ore. Let's see. I want the output to have the do I control the length of the trains? I think I don't control the length of the trains either. So what I have on this output node is the throughput of how quickly can I load a train here, basically, right? So I just call it speed. It's not the length of your train, it's how do you use it. Yeah. So like it's independent of the train length. It's just like the speed of me putting this resource into a train when it's on the train stop is this, basically, right? Yeah. Then let's say that I will have another factory, which is like smelting iron ore, right? Something like that. So smelting iron ore would have would have the input of the iron ore, right? Maybe like the loading speed should be always the same, actually, you know? Yeah, let's say train load speed. It's going to be the same for every item. It's the speed of the production that is going to be different. Why Russians always drink dark tea? What's the dark tea? What is dark tea? Yeah. No, that's the Chinese that do the dark tea, right? It seems. Earl Grey? No? Okay. I don't know. I have tea, but what kind of tea do I have? I don't know. We call it black tea, not dark tea. Is that the same thing? So you don't know what you drink? Nah, not really. Okay, anyway, so we have the input of iron ore, and I have um the output of let's say iron plate, right? Don't you know history? No, I don't know history. The history of tea? No, I don't know. I thought tea is like from England. They have the tea time. I know that much. I know it's tea o'clock or something. I saw Kubi drinking orange soda once and became a fan of orange soda for some reason. Who became a fan of the orange soda? You? Ew, that's for nobles? What's for nobles? The orange soda? Or you mean like the tea time? Is tea with milk also for nobles? I remember drinking the tea with milk when I was young, but now, the last time I tried it, it was, I don't know, disgusting. But I liked it when I was younger. Like, like 5 years old, maybe? Huh? Do you like tea with milk, Davey? Resource. Iron plate. So here's the thing, right? So we take in the iron ore, we produce iron plate. The question is, what is the, like, the things, right? What's the speed? So since this is a factory, this one is actually consuming it, right? So the speed is the speed of consumption, right? So let's say that I am consuming 10 iron ore a second, and I'm producing 10 iron plates a second as a result, basically, right? Or we can have these proportions differently, right? So if I had like 10 iron ore, I can make like 1. So it's like the ratio of 10 iron ore to 1 iron plate. You hate bubble tea? What's bubble tea? Space milk drink must often containing chewy balls. Huh? A tea with balls? I don't think I ever had this one. Okay, does this make sense for the description of the factory and then the position of it? I think even like I think for the positions I can make them like in the same like in the order, like make a circle. That would be like really simple instead of having the relative position. You know what I mean? It would just place all of the inputs and outputs in a circle. That probably makes sense. Okay, fine. Let's say hey, that this is a resource ID. After all, then I have resource. Let's see in the config. So in the config, I will have factory, which is a list of factory configs. Struct factory config. We have name. We have IO, which is a list of factory IO config. And then the factory IO config has the type. IO type. Has type, has a resource, which in this case is a name of it, so a string. Then the speed of production or consumption, which is going to be optional. Optional speed. And that's it, I guess. Okay. Let's for now just spawn the okay, I mean, let's do this. Let's do function spawn factory of this certain type, right? Factory type. It's an index, so just a usize, I guess, right? Let's do that. So I will have factories in the game world. Factory is factory. ID. Generate ID. Position. 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 Okay. So IO would be. So yeah, factory type is self config factory for the factory type, right? So IO is factory type IO iterate map IO something something. And we collect that into a vac. So over here we create a new factory IO. For this one, I need a type, which is IO type. Resource is going to be a self resources. Entry for IO resource, or insert with self ID gen, I guess. So like resources is something like just like the collection of the resource of a hashmap from the name of a resource into its ID. So I just cache it there. Is this factory pattern? I don't know. This is the spaghetti pattern. Entry for your resource clone. Yeah, sure. And relative position would be, so relative position. Let's say I generate the factory with do I control the rotation? I don't know. Let's say that the rotation is going to be here too as an argument. We'll see if I control it or not. But basically, relative position is going to be should it even be relative position? I think it should be just position. I think I don't care. Yeah, we just do the position there. But I can do like the radius. Yeah. Radius is like for the iron ores like 5 maybe, and for the smelting iron ore is like I don't know. Also 5. So this one should have also the radius and the factory config. So position would be position plus, and before refactoring a factory of factories, angle plus, and this to be indexed, so enumerate, which means that I have index of the input. So we do index divided by factory type IO length. I multiply that by let's see, angle from degrees 360 times this, which means that I'm going to put them in a circle, right? So this means factory type radius 0 rotated by this angle. Factorio clone. I mean, I'm kind of getting there. Yeah, the idea is kind of the Factorio clone, but like a simpler one with just trains. Are you doing the game jam? We are doing the D2 jam. The theme is train. Making a game about trains. And we're having factories. So this is the factories, do I have factories? No, I don't. So I should have factories. Factories. Insert factory, right? This is just me making a new factory. Okay. Sounds a little more like Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Well, I never played it. I only played Factorio. Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Open TTD, yeah. I mean, you still build this city here, right? Or is this something that you build yourself? Because the only thing that I'm going to be building in our game is the train tracks, I guess. There's also buses in this game. Yeah, you can like terraform. Nah, that's too complex. Our game is going to be simple. The city grows by itself? Oh, I see. Hmm. Okay. So in order to spawn a factory, I'm going to, for now, do it on a key. Let's say that the O for the ore, self-spawn factory, or maybe let's just say, like, you know, digit 0 is making the factory number 0. You know, and position is going to be the world position. Screen to world. Yeah, just do this. Where position would be what? I can also just always say self cursor screen position. I can always just say save this thing, I guess. Cursor screen position. I mean, not screen. Want the world position. Okay, so if I do digit 0 and then digit 1 is point the factory number 1. Just do this for now, 2, 3, 4, and then eventually I'll make something better. This is going to crash. I press 4 right now. Let's just say let some factory type is this. Else return. Okay, I'm not rendering them also. Missing factories and resources. Default. Default. Yeah, so I'm not rendering them even if I am going to spawn them and to draw them. Okay, so how do I draw them? Let's see. I guess I draw them in the very beginning, right? So for factory and so factories. Factory should have the factory type, I guess, in it. Type. That's the index from the config. So this is a factory type index. I go for factories. And I say something like, sorry. Let's just draw the name of the factory first. Text. Text. Text is going to be so factory type is self-config factory type name color test factory name color. Huh? Because I already have factory, by the way. Factory. Maybe this should be called factories. Down. Maybe this should be in a different file altogether. Let's move it to test for now. Test. Factory name color. And I just have text color. Fit into. Into that. Is ellipse a fit target? It looks like it is. Okay. Text color is something. Actually, let's have like different like thing for it. Yeah. Back to breeze. This here. Factories. The factory types is factory types. All that. Factory types. Factory. The backup factory config. And over here is actually a factory config. Although this one should be called factory type. Yes. Factory config is a different thing. Yeah. I mean, I can have the color for now in the factory type, right? Color. Yeah, let's just do this. So name. I'm going to draw a circle here. Factory position. Type radius. Type color. Self factory types. Let's implement index factory types. Output is factory type. All right, then to take a break. Have you added so many link side or side effects that effectively Factorio now? All right, Raymarch. All right. Okay. No. We are just not working on Linksider again. And instead doing a game jam. Let me just quickly make sure that it compiles, and I'm going to take a break. Oh, I cannot do that because like this is the indexing operations. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Hmm. And factory types over here is same as config. We just loaded from factories. This is train slider. The track slider. Actually, trains are the track sliders, right? They're sliding along the tracks. Indeed. All right. What's the color for the iron ore? Is like light blue. So 77A maybe. And smelting iron ore, we're just going to make it I don't know, like I don't know, it's a little bit red. Maybe. Let's see. So here we go. That is smelting iron ore. That is iron ore itself, right? I'm also not drawing the train stops right now, but we can. So like the idea is that we have these things, right? And then there's going to be a train stop here, which is like which I need to connect through the tracks to the smelting iron ore, right? And then the train is going to go from that one to this one, and then backwards, and then everything, right? Yeah, that's it basically. The wheels don't actually rotate; they slide. Yeah, yeah. All right, I'm going to take a break. Long one. Oh, I'm back. All right. Where are we at right now? We have trains. The trains don't have collisions. They move randomly through the track that we can draw. We can do factories. Factories are just being rendered on the screen right now. They don't really do anything. So let's do something, I guess. All right. Did I commit? Commit. So so one of the key points for our tracks should be the train stops, which are the inputs and outputs of the factories, right? Yeah. Factory has inputs and outputs. Okay. Let's do let's do this. So after I draw a factory itself, I'm also going to go for all of its IOs. For IO in factory IO, right? I'm going to draw another thing. Resource. Oh. This is a hash map from string into ID, but I don't have like the other way around. Let's have a struct for it. Struct resources. Let's have a by name string ID by ID ID string. Oh. Or I can just have actually the resource can just be hello Devninia. That the resource can just be a thing as a name. I think like going in linear time when I'm creating a factory only is fine. So I'm going to make this a collection of resource. So instead of entry, right, I'm going to say on resource self resources. I'm just iterate and find resource resource name is equal to IO resource. Think. So if let some existing resource, then I just make existing ID. Otherwise, I say self resources insert a resource. Addition new and malate. Hello. Name is IO resource clone. And this is the ID. Cannot borrow self-resources as mutable. Because it's also borrowed as immutable. The temporary is part of the expression at the end of a block. Because Rust is stupid sometimes. We need to do let and then return this. No, that's not what I do. Wait, what? It's because this is a part of the if let. Yeah, temporary with the mutable borrow is created here. Yeah. Annoying, actually. I think this is fixed in the last version of Rust, though. I'm using the old version, right? Was this changed? Hold on. Or is this changed? I think it's changed in the Rust 2024. Temporary life. Temporary lifetimes. If let temporary scope. Yeah, so in Rust 2024 edition. Wait, is Rust 2024 out? Or is it in the next version of Rust? Down. In Rust 185 and Rust 2024. Yeah. So if let temporary scope changes the scope of temporaries for the if let expressions, yeah. Because Rust is stupid sometimes, I take that quote to Nigel to mob him. Well, Rust is stupid sometimes. Most of the languages, they are stupid all the time. You know? It's fine. Do I just make this into a temporary like that? And then it just compiles? There you go. Okay, so the resources are there. 0%. I'm not. Okay, if I like Rust 0%, then I like other languages with negative percentage, I guess. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to draw the factories, right? And their inputs and outputs over here. Yeah. So resource is IO resource. That's the ID. So I'd say self resources get for this. Right, that's the actual resource. So I draw the resource name using the text color. Let's jump when. Well, when it's done. CPT Chica, hi. Let's see how this works. One. So it says iron ore, iron plate, and two separate things. Okay, maybe the size could be smaller. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do text size 0.1. Let's also do the random rotation. Can I just do over here? Can I just do thread RNG gen? I think I can just shit. Oh, there you go. Do this here. It's going to generate me a random angle. Load them there in 13 days. Yeah. One. Okay, now it's too small. 0, 3. There we go. So we have iron plate. This is the station, and this is the station for iron ore. It's also resource name over here. I'm also going to do a circle for that thing. IO position. So IO radius. Self-config. Track. Station radius. Let's do station. Section. Self-config. Station color. Radius. Color. Radius 1.5. Color red. I wish Rust had anonymous structs like cast. I know, right? There you go. So these are my train stops. I'm generating this with a random rotation. All of these factories. So I'm supposed to make my tracks go through these stations. Yeah. So we need to have snapping to these things, right? So I can hover right now. I can hover nothing. I can hover node, which is technically a track node, right? I should be able to hover the IO, which is factory, plus the IO index itself, I guess, right? Drawing. So I should be able to draw also, starting from node with this ID. Wait, should I? Does it mean that I should create the node ID for every? Yeah, I think I should create a node ID for everything. Yeah. So technically, it still is going to be the node, and I don't really care about it then. Then I don't need to have this stuff. Just when I factory, in the factory, I have a factory IO. It will have the node ID inside. You know? Yeah, why not? So node Gaidoru, hello, hello. Make a new node for every for everyone, right? So tracks. Node is self ID gen gen. We game yet? No, I mean we're getting there slowly. We have 3 days for this game jam. Not sure if I'm going to take the 3rd day actually because I have a job. Let's say that we have 2 days. So today I want to figure out the gameplay, and then tomorrow I want to figure out the graphics, the visuals. So right now we just do the abstract stuff. Technically 2 for me. I mean, I can move the work. I can move the job from Monday to Tuesday probably, if I really want to. And yeah, it's fine. And on Monday we play Factorio. Yeah. Okay, what am I doing here? Self tracks, tracks, nodes, insert node ID, node. Just do, wait, hold on, I think I do node, track node, new, there you go. Mute, self ID gen, node. Node ID is node ID. The position is the position of this IO specifically. And if we mod Factorio, Okay, so if I press 1, so now both of these are technically nodes, and I can hover over them, and I can connect the tracks directly to them. And this is going to crash because I have, yeah, I cannot go backwards. Maybe instead of no connections, I should just not do anything. Let's just say E flat some next node is this. Otherwise the train just doesn't move. So this means that I should be able to have the train that goes from here to here and then just stops. We just stop updating it. Yeah. Sure. I mean, I can say else train at ratio is 1, I guess. Okay. So now that I can connect the ID, the train things, right? Now that I can connect these things, let's work on the factory. So the way factories are going to work are, right? So this factory of the iron ore is actually a fake factory, right? This is the one that we don't really build, right? It's the one that is being generated, right? It's generating the resource, right? Can this should this resource be depletable? Should this resource be depletable? Or should it be infinite? I think infinite resources are fine for us here, right? Yeah, I think they are fine. Then yeah. I think that's it then. So I don't really need to do anything except for like actually generate it in the game world. For now, I'm fine with just pressing a button to generate. So what I need to do is then let's say here raw is true. Raw will mean infinite, right? Because like for this factory, for example, this factory should not have infinite resources, right? This factory is only generating the iron plates if I give it the iron ore, right? Right. Yes. Should I have the limit on the amount of iron plates that can be stored in a factory? Or the amount of iron ore that can be stored in a factory? Probably not. I can have the infinite capacity. So like this factory, they also have... Is this valid, Toml? Yeah, it is. I think that's actually how you're supposed to write Toml. Or like the nested lists, basically. The white space doesn't really matter, but you can like shift it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we can treat these factories as infinite chests, sure. I think that is no problem, but each factory should have the amount of on each output, you should have the amount, right? Yeah. Technically only if I have the speed. So maybe like even raw is not really necessary there. Okay, so on the factory IO, factory IO needs to have the amount of this resource, right? How much is it there right now? That should be an optional amount, right? And it's none only for the infinite resources. So when I make a factory, I say that the amount of this is the IO configuration. If I have the speed there, if the speed is sum, then we have some zero amount, right? If the speed is not specified, then it means that this thing is infinite, basically. Right? Otherwise, we have the amount. That makes sense. In order to actually generate stuff in the factory, we go for factory in cell factories, right? So I need to find all the inputs. So maximum input delta time, I guess, is delta time, right? But then I go for IO in factory IO iterate. Just go for this in factory IO. If IO type is IO type input, IO speed this one doesn't really have the speed. It's stored in the thing. Do I have the factory type index? Yeah, I do. That factory type is self factory types. Factory type. So then I zip IO and IO config. Self factory IO iterate zip with factory type IO. Right? So if IO type is input, if IO config speed, if let some speed, then I say that max input dt is max input dt minimum of that. And so like the maximum speed at which the maximum time, right, is the amount divided by speed. So if let some amount and some speed, the IO amount and IO speed, then we do minimum amount divided by speed and the current maximum input. So this is the actual amount that we are going to use. So I'm going to do the same. But this time I'm iterating over them mutably. And I'm going to say that amount, I'm going to mutate it, right? So amount is amount minus speed multiplied by this delta time. I make sure that it doesn't go below 0. That's it. Right? And also, since this is the amount of time for which I consume the inputs, so if this is the output, I'm going to match instead here So if it's the output, then I'm instead adding to the amount. And when I add, there is no limit. So we can add to the infinity. There you go. So this is me actually producing stuff on the factories. We're not going to see it, but it's there, right? It's there. So the trains, the way the trains are going to work they're going to be simple trains. They're going to work for a specific resource type. Only. And the train is going to have the certain like amount of items inside, right? The amount of these resource. Yeah, sure. When I generate a train, I just choose a random resource, I think. So I say resource is, for now, going to be self resources. Choose a random one. And we have amount of 0 inside this train. The trains will need to go for the stations. So this is where I make the pathfinding, I guess. Next node. So right now I'm choosing the next node with RNG. Right? Right. I'm choosing the next node with RNG. How should we do the pathfinding? The pathfinding should be saved inside the train too, right? I think the train should remember the path. Right? So the path that I'm trying to take, right, is going to be back of IDs. This is like from target to self. Path from target. I just name it apart from target instead of doing the documentation. Who needs documentation anyway? So we need to pathfind, right? And to pathfind, um, yeah. Let's have the pathfinding, right? Algorithm. So I want to do path find from ID to ID. That's not really it. I guess what I'm pathfinding towards is any of the stations with the same name, right? Do I pathfind towards any of those? Mhm. Hold on, how does my how does this go into work? I need to go for the station which provides or consumes a certain resource. The resource that the train has its inventory or maybe doesn't have. Right? Yeah. If there is multiple stations like that, um, then mm, then shit. How much control do I want to give the player? Or do I just say that I'm doing this as if I was doing it myself in Factorio? Want there to be almost no control, right? Over the way stations are set up. Make it easier. Make it optional. Because we might have not had the pathfinding yet. I have something. I have no trains anymore. Wait, what? The trains, they no longer work. I press space, nothing happens. Did I break my thing? Wait, when did I break my thing? I mean, 1, 2, 3 works, right? Oh, now it works. Oh, it's because okay. Now okay. I see. I understand. I cannot spawn the train anymore if I don't have any resource on the map, because because the trains are spawning for a random resource. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. So what I want is I want the trains to go for the stations. If I have a train for this resource, I want it to go for something that can fill a train, which means that we should have train capacity, right? How much stuff can I have inside a train? Right? Let's say that I can have 100 inside a train, which will take 10 seconds to load a train. Is that too much? Maybe let's say 5 seconds to load a train. So 50. Should be good enough. Maybe I should set up the loading time instead of loading speed. I don't know. Make it easier to balance. 5 seconds is good enough, I think, for loading a train. So I think what I want is to find those stations that are good, kind of. Yeah. I mean, let's for now just make it go towards the random one. Let's just not think about it right now. But I guess I'll do the same as I'm doing the actual game. But so the next node should be the next node along the path, right? I should have the path listed here, right? The train is only going if I have the current path, right? So let some path is train path from target or continue, something like that. So this is my path. I know that the next node is basically the next node in my path, right? Right. So next node is basically path dot pop. I literally just take the last one from my current path. Otherwise, I end. And if this is the last one, then I also say that train path from target is none, right? So like I stop completely. Now, when do I generate the paths? If I am at a station, yeah, so I just need to like figure out what am I doing right now, right? I can be well, I mean, if I don't have the path, then I'm assuming that I'm loading at a station. Wait, no. No, 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 no. I need to say that I am. Let's just make this separately for train in self trains. So if train get from target is none, or I mean if it is some, then we continue now, right? So I know that the trains that are not currently moving, what are they doing? Hello, Cage. The ones that are not moving, they are potentially at a station. So maybe I should store if I am at or not at a station, right? Sure, let's say that target. Let's say that target is optional. Optional. IO ID. Let's see. Struct IO ID is factory plus IO. Think. Train's doing train things. Yeah, they're training. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I say then if let some IO is train dot target, which means that I'm standing at a target. Then then IO is self factories for the factory IO IO. So if I am over there at a thing, get mode, I'm going to match IO type, right? If it's input, then it means that I need to unload the train, right? So max dt is delta time, minimum of that, and train amount divided by config test train load speed. For some reason it's in the test, sure. This is the maximum amount of time that I can spend loading. It actually doesn't matter. The amount that I can put there, right, is the train amount. Okay, so load, so like basically unload amount is train amount, minimum of that, and self-config train load speed multiplied by delta time, right? So this is how much I have unloaded. So train amount minus equal unload amount, and then IO amount plus equal unload amount. For the outputs, we do the same, but we are loading the train instead, right? So load amount is config train capacity minus train amount. This is the maximum that I can load. Right? Yeah, also it cannot be more than the amount that we have. Right? So if some IO amount is IO amount, then load amount is load amount minimum of IO amount. That's the maximum amount. So then I say train amount plus equal load amount, and if we have it in the IO, then we subtract from the IO. There you go. This is me loading and unloading the trains. If it is maximum after outputting, so if train capacity is almost equal, because we can have some rounding errors here, to the train amount, then it means that I have loaded the train fully, right? Go is true. Sure, go. So should I go away from the current station? If I'm not at the target, then I should always go. Go is true. If I am unloading the train, that I'm doing this if train amount is approximately equal to 0, then I also need to go. Right? Consider borrowing. Oh, borrowing for the approximate. Okay. Who says go is true? Look at this. Go is never used. The Rust compiler tells me that go is never used. How about that, Devin? Yeah. All right. If go, then then I need to so this is where the pathfinding actually happens, right? I need to find the next target, right? I'm going to say something like if self, if train amount is more than, I don't know, half of the capacity, because that's how I like, yeah. This is field train. This is unfilled, right? Let's see. Look for is, if I am field, then it's I'm looking for input because I want to unload. Otherwise, I'm looking for output. Yeah, sure. Look for. So now I need to look for these things, right? So let's see, self. So I'm going for just going to iterate over all the factories. I'm going to flat map all the factories to factory IO. iterate, enumerate, map, index, and IO. I want to do factory ID, index, and IO. I want to find the random one from there. Yeah, sure. Let's just do the random one. It's fine. Let's target this. So, like, out of all the IOs, I want to filter the IO type should be equal to the one that I'm looking for, right? And the IO resource should be equal to the resource that my train is doing. So train resource. That's it. Out of those, I'm choosing the random one. So if I have found one, then Devin's Dev, hello, hello. If I found one, then this is where I'm trying to pathfind towards this target. This target is specifically factory and IO ID and IO itself here, right? That's what I'm for. Yeah. So and the IO has also the node in the graph, right? Target node is this. So this is where I'm doing the pathfinding, right? Self track pathfind. I'm going to pathfind in the back direction, I think. Yeah, I think so. I'm going to pathfind from the IO node to the train add to, and this is my path. So I say train path from target is some pathfind. I mean, hopefully it should be found, right? Maybe if pathfinding should return an optional thing. Okay, so tracks have the pathfinding from to, and this returns me the path itself, path of the nodes, right? Yeah. Yeah. Do I write the pathfinding from scratch or do I use a crate? I don't know, let's just do it from scratch. Why not? Actually, no, never mind. I'm too lazy. Let's do cargo add pathfinding. Pathfinding is easy. Yeah, it is. But also adding pathfinding is easy. Right? Pathfinding, undirected. No, directed. DFS, DFS, A star. I could do an A star, I guess. Could be the shortest path. Start at the starting node. Successors. Heuristics. And success. Yeah, this should be fine. So start is from... What does this return, by the way? This returns option vec n, which is the... literally exactly what I need, right? Yeah. And C is the total cost. So I only care about the 0. So this should return, by the way, optional. Back ID, this would be let path cost is this, and then I return some path. I do want probably to the last one, I'm not sure though. We'll see. Like this path is including the start and the end. I'm not sure if something will be broken for me in the other parts. Okay, successors. Heuristics. Heuristics would be ID, self, nodes, ID, position, minus 2.
Exclamation mark Alonezo.
Hello, Aaron. Making Factorio at home. Yep. Did it for Turbo Jam and do went mad. Yeah, and I think trains is one of the like I mean trains I think is the most like I don't know, it's not the most, I don't know. Trains are difficult actually. At least if you're trying to like speed run the making of this thing. The splines. I don't have splines yet, so maybe I will keep it to be like the segmented straight tracks. I did plan for... I wanted to do the splines, but maybe I don't do it actually. Lock signals. Lock signals maybe shouldn't be that difficult, but yeah. We'll see. How's your game going? Unwrap. Unwrap. Position. -2 position. Length. This is my heuristic. Is it okay if the heuristic is the partial ORed and not the ORed? No, it does need to be ORed. Okay, so I just do something like this. Expected reference to ID, found ID. Oh, you need a reference? Sure. So you give me a reference too? Okay. So successors. Modeling the main gun. You have a train with guns. So I have a vertex. We have self nodes get v unwrap actions iterate. Wait. I think it doesn't have to be a reference. What's this thing here again? No, it does require a reference. Okay. Sure. But not in the other places. Mm, mm. At finding num traits. 0. I cannot use my type here. Annoying. You know what? I'm just not going to use S star. I'm going to do something else. What is there? Like Dijkstra. There you go. Just don't do the heuristics. Success is v equals to 2. Iterator that... Okay, hold on. Expected iter to be an iterator that yields a reference to ID, but it references... But it yields a reference to ID. Wait, what? Into iterator and see... Oh, yeah, the cost. Yeah. So the cost of every connection. Right. So V is that. So we do V connections, iterate copied map U. U is nodes get U. So V position minus U position length plus U ID. This still requires, okay, if this still requires the same thing, so we can go back to A star. I guess it doesn't really matter. But I need something that is implementing this trait specifically, and I don't have it implemented for my type. Docs. Pathfinding. They want specifically the 0. This 0 trait is the weird one, right? This one is from the num traits. It's implemented for like it's implemented for the F32, right? F32 it does not implement the ORD. Noisy float. No, not noise. Noisy float. Maybe I can use noisy float then. Does noisy float implement the 0 trait from the num traits? If this is the same trait, then I can do this. Orphan rules strike again. Yeah. I mean, I probably maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm just still not using the num traits for my stuff. Could have it as a feature. I don't know. Did we just do cargo add noisy float? Is that behind a feature though? The implementation? Feature flags. No, it looks like the new traits are always there. Okay. So this should be noisy float. Noisy float. Noisy float. There we go. Prelude R32. Can I do the same thing over here? Noisy float, prelude R32. There we go. Okay. Then we do, when I use the path find, I think this is totally fine. I think the only stuff that I don't want to do is if my next node in the path is the same as my current one, right? Just say this: if path, if let's do this, while path last is equal to some train had 2 path top. You know, so that the next one is actually always the different one. And then, yeah, good enough, I think. Is the player character also a train? A train on a train? The trainception? Missing target. Target is none originally. All right, let's see if I'm going to see anything. Like, I'm not visualizing all this stuff, like how fielded the train is it filled? Its target. I'm not doing much, right? So here we go, iron ore. And then this is iron ore, right? So supposedly I need to have that train that goes from here to there and then backwards. So there you go. So right now it's been filled with iron ore. It should take 5 seconds. And then should go back. Am I allowing it to go back though? It looks like it's not going back. It did stop on the iron ore though. Okay, if I do another one, it's also going to go to the iron ore. And standing still. Forever. And ever. Oh wait, hold on. I think I'm not setting the target. When I'm doing the path finding, yeah, I'm setting the path to the target, but I'm not setting the target, right? So train target is equal to my target. If train path from target sum, probably, then train target is some IO ID, and this is where we get the factory ID, and IO is IO ID, which is technically index, not ID even. Maybe. Although if I did the pathfinding, then why? Okay, iron ore definitely went there. Oh shit! Holy shit! It moves. All right. Now, obviously, probably the train should not go back from the way it came from, right? But it definitely moves. It moves back and forth between the iron ore and the smelting of the iron ore. Okay. So in theory, if I make the, let's see, if I make another factory type, which is going to be like, I don't know, the hole, or, you know, the infinitely deep hole where we can put the iron plates. So the iron plates are going to be generated in the iron smelting, and then we're going to drop it into the hole, right? The hole. Yeah. Let's see. We have 0 iron ore, 1 iron smelting, 2 the hole, right? So we do 1 train, which goes like this, and then the other train that goes like that. Okay. So this train over here, this one, is supposed to not go in 5 seconds. This one is going to stay here for a while because I need to deliver a lot of the ore here, right? But it did leave. Okay. If it left, it means that I had the iron plates, which is weird. Okay, maybe I should visualize the amounts. Did you know that humans are in reality only donuts? But one gigantic hole going from mouth to ass with some flesh around it. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's for easier understanding of what's happening here, and to visualize the amounts. Right? Let's say that the trains donuts don't have the other hole. Well, I mean, the hole in the donut has 2 sides, I guess. The top one and the bottom one. That's the Dev Ninja's idea. Ask your mom. Mm, mm. Um, Draw. When I draw, I want to... So, like, for the factories, do I just draw the amounts? Maybe. Let's see. Over here I have the IO, and I basically say that if let some amount be IO amount, then I'm going to draw a little bit of text. The text is going to be amount to string. Well, I guess it's going to be dot zero, right? I probably don't want to have any fractional numbers there, so we just do dot zero. Maybe, I don't know, let's do dot one, so that it's obvious that it's a fractional. So this is the amount. do something like this. Then train. When I draw the train, I'm just going to draw this here. So the amount in this case is train amount. He also did a language cast. Is it using Hillary Milner reference? Well, it's based on it. It's not exactly Hindley Milner. Same as in Rust. Rust also doesn't use Hindley Milner, but it's based on it, right? Also, I'm not sure. Like, if I'm sure that it's basically very similar, but technically, I didn't really research much how they do it there, but I'm pretty sure that it's right. Okay, it says 0, by the way. It says 0.0, right? So this train never leaves. You see no splines. No splines yet. Splines are just the visual stuff, right? We're trying to make the gameplay. So I need the iron ore. If I connect the iron ore to like over here, so this train is going to come this way. So you can see that it's been filled until it's 50. When it's 50, maybe I should increase the size there. So this is now unloading, which means that this is loading. There we go. So this is left with... Okay, I barely see any text there. Let's have a separate one. Color. Amount color. You like switching between projects? I mean, yeah, I like having multiple projects. Sometimes, though, the problem is that I spent too long not working on one specific project, right? So it gets forgotten. Is this Raylib? No, it's not Raylib. I'm using my own engine. But not running. Yeah. And many projects is a good way to not waste your ideas by leaving them on paper or forgetting them. True. I mean, like, I'm doing a game jam right now, right? And like, I've been doing a lot of game jams. Game jams is also good because you can like test all of the ideas, see how difficult it is to implement, if it actually works and like fun, right? That's why we are making the Linksider into the full game, because I'm pretty sure that it's going to work well, because it did well on the game jam. And we don't have to finish them. That's why Linksider is still not released. Okay, 0, 0, right? This one is infinite, so it doesn't have the number. We connect these things together. This one is being filled until 50. And it goes here. It's unloading. So 50. Yeah, 50 divided by 5. Okay, no, hold on. This is correct. So I think there is a bit of the incorrect logic. Probably when I am... so like over here I have 10, right? But you see that this train actually gets... what is it, like 100? Oh, it's 50. Yeah, like if I only had 10 there, how did I get 50 inside the train, right? So the loading logic is incorrect. I don't know. You think Game Jam? You think getting good at making small games? I think it is becoming good at spaghetti code. Yeah. It's similar to competitive programming too, I guess, in that sense. Load amount. So over here something is wrong, right? So I have the output. The load amount is the train capacity minus train amount. This is how much I can fill the train. But I'm loading it at this speed, so the minimum one of those is the actual amount that I'm going to load. Since this IO has the amount inside, then I cannot load more than it has. Train amount plus equal load amount. IO amount plus equal load amount. Oh, there you go. This is the wrong, right? When I'm loading the stuff into the train, I'm adding it into the train, and then I need to subtract from the output. There we go. Found it. Is competitive programming choosing a winner based on programmer speed or algorithm speed? Both. I mean, it's not based on the speed. Like competitive programming is usually just having the limits. You need to like write an algorithm that is like passing all the tests, which is means that you need to write a correct algorithm. You need to write the algorithm that runs quick enough. Usually they don't really compare the speed of the algorithms, but like you just need to make the correct and quick enough one. And then yeah, if you're solving it faster, then you get more points. That's usually how most competitive programming works. There are some that consider the algorithm speed, or like I don't know, there are some optimization problems, right? That's not like that's very rare in competitive programming, though, to have an optimization problem. But yeah, that happens sometimes too, I guess. 0, 1, 2. We have the whole. So I need to connect all of these things together. So this one is going to wait. The iron ore is being delivered to the smelting. It's been loaded into the train. We cannot really see the numbers, but I guess in order to fill the full train, since my capacity is 50, and I have the ratio of 10 to 1 right now, I think, in my config. It means that I need to deliver 10 trains over here for one train to leave into the hole. Okay, does this look like a game? Is this looking like a game? So in order to make this more, so like the iron ore and I guess the other resources, they would spawn naturally. These smelting ones, right? Like some of these factories, maybe I should be able to build myself. There also maybe should be a map so that I need to place my tracks around some obstacles. What else? And then the goal of the game is to just I don't know, make some final product, probably. Right? As quick as possible. Or should it like cost the materials to build some factories? Maybe some of them should be. Yeah, maybe we should like have some cost to the factories. I can do terrain with different height. Well, that's just the visuals, right? Yeah, I mean, I can have the 3D visualization for this, but I'm not sure if I will. I don't think. I think the gameplay should remain 2D though, for simplicity. I think it's 40 right now, so one more train, and then this one is going to leave. No, two more trains. So this one is also 47, 48, 49, and 50. And then this guy leaves and dumps the iron plates into the hole. Amazing, right? Okay, right now the trains, they go through each other. And stuff. I've been doing this for 6 hours. Yeah, like I need to like add as small amount of features as possible. Like this should like be almost the game already. So maybe I will not get into the splines. Maybe I should instead just limit the angle or something. Yeah, maybe I should just limit the angle. No. All right, but we want the trains to be not intersecting, or do we? I mean, technically, I think in the game, which is called shapes, trains. I think the trains there, they go through each other, and it's not a big deal, right? But it would be nice. Make trains collide and explode. Yeah. So do I need to do the signaling like we have in Factorio? If I want them to be like not. If I want them not. Beldek? Hello. How are you doing? We have trains. How would I go? Yeah, I mean it's yeah. I think it's fine if I add the signaling. It shouldn't be too difficult. I'm making speedrunning simulator. Not sure. No. I'm making a. We're doing a game jam, and the theme is trains. So I'm making a game about trains. It's not really about Factorio. But so we have trains, right? So far we have trains. I can make tracks, which are right now just straight segments. Okay. We have trains. Trains right now they just spawn when I press space. We have the factories, which are like an iron ore patches are basically also the factories. This is just producing infinite amount of resources. So some factories they have like inputs and outputs. Some factories only have the outputs. Some factories only have the inputs. Right. So we just connect everything together, and then trains that just do the thing. And these factories with both inputs and outputs, they basically convert the inputs into outputs. That's what we have so far. You do something like Pathways game, maybe. What do you mean Pathways game? Is that a game? Pathways game. Reminds me of summoning. Summoning was about you going, I don't know. No, the gameplay is different. You don't really like control the trains. They go automatically. But there were paths. Yeah, paths were kind of similar in summoning, indeed. But I mean, paths are similar in a lot of games, right? They are all just graphs. Kind of. Usually. Or a tiled stuff. Damn. 10. All right. Like I said, I think for the trains to be more interesting, I need them to be not going through each other. You like hexagon? I mean, if you really want to, you can make a hexagon. I suppose. Games that are top down, you prefer perspective or isomorphic? Isometric. Yeah, we don't care about the graphics right now. I'm not doing graphics today. I'm going to do gameplay. It doesn't matter. I can make this to be like on an angle later. Although I'm not sure. Maybe we'll keep it schematic. Depends on how much time I have, because like I don't think I'm streaming for 12 hours today and 12 hours tomorrow. Also, should I be able to delete the tracks? Probably. Should be able to do that, right? But then I need to make sure that I don't crash. Because it might lead to crashes right now, indeed. No tracks deleted if it's an achievement of hard mode. Okay, so what I do is I just need to have signals. I just need to have signals, right? I played Warcraft 3. Yeah, did. So how do they work? Freeways. Let's see. Is this like a puzzle game where you need to connect every input to every output? Well, I mean, technically, we could have a game that, like, I don't know, the goal is to design an intersection that has the most throughput of trains, something. You should run at a certain speed and not collapse. Yeah, basically, yeah. This is a what? Can you only draw one directional, or it's like it's directing them automatically? I'm just thinking, can I do this without the signals? Because this game, it works without signals, right? But also it's just cars, which is maybe they are too small. You draw it like paint. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I will be draw. I don't know. You'd put traffic lights. I mean, that's what the signals are about. Yes, they are the traffic lights, basically, kind of. Signals can be put by algorithm automatically. If I make one directional rails, then I guess yes. I guess true. So I mean, this means that I need to convert my graph from the bidirectional graph to a single directional graph, I think. Then I can automate it. Yes. Can I use both? Maybe we should be able to like choose then which type am I making, a two directional or a one directional, right? But I'm making the thing. Does this game have machines that require electricity? No, we don't care about electricity. We just have inputs and outputs, and that's it. And everything is like floating point number. That part doesn't matter. No, this game is about trains. We don't like go too deep into it. Just need to figure out the trains. What do you mean, maybe virtual directions but shared physical? What does that even mean? Oh, wait, hold on. How about this? How about this? What if we make it really like you know, when you play Factorio, usually what you do is you make a double rail. That's what most people usually do, right? So what if when I draw a single line, this is actually a double track, like in Factorio, you know? I think that makes sense. So that is once again same as summoning. When we were drawing the roads have two lanes, right? Both directions can be represented virtually by two one-directional paths. That's how I'm doing it already. But yeah, we literally do it the same as in summoning then, yeah. So every track is two-directional then. Okay. So then all that I need to do, really, is to do like the blocking of the stuff, right? Just like in Factorio. So let's see. So I have nodes. It can be easier than in Factorio, suppose. Have you ever seen a four-way intersection, have 4 lanes on each side that has no traffic lights IRL? 4 lanes? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Oh, maybe not 4 on all 4 sides. Sides. I don't know. I'm not really paying much attention, but I think yes. The roundabout. It's a little tricky sometimes. Well, I mean, I do it very simple. So I think let's see. If I have so all I do, I think, is so we have like nodes. These are intersections, right? We can have a lot of rails going away from it, right? When the train says that it is going from over here and it wants to go over here, I think this means that I need to lock. So like I need to lock all the 3 points like this. So like this train also should not be able to go forward, but at the same time this train going this way should be able to go at the same time as this train going from the top left to the top right, you know? Like we treat it as a round circle here, you know? And the trains that are going to just use the shortest path. Yeah, does that make sense? So our intersections are basically, so our rails are double rails, like this, right? And our intersections are circles. Yeah. Or I can make this circle also directed. That's how I usually do it when I play Factorio. So that if you go over here, then you always go on the right side, you know? So this is like always the counterclockwise circle, right? So it's not the shortest one, it's just the kind of clockwise. That should be easy. So whether something is blocked or not, so the only thing that I should make sure is that I never stop on the intersection, right? So and then we don't do the signaling actually. And it's becoming automatic. So whenever I go into the intersection, I lock all the things. Don't have locking mechanism. For I need to have locking mechanism both for like these like edges going out or going in too. Wait, do I need to lock the edges that are going in? If I only treat the ones that are going out, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's the same thing basically. Okay. And then I also need to lock these big segments. Or I don't need to lock them, but I basically can only go. Or do I lock them? And to make sure that there is enough space for me for the train. Yeah. I think like for every straight segment basically, which doesn't have the intersections, I can store how close is the next train so that I don't need like the signals in the middle of the long track, right? And then I can just know if a new train is going to fit there, and that's it. That's the most straight segment I've seen. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I think we also don't really do acceleration and deceleration of the trains. I just make them go at constant speed. It's fine. Like Factorio belts on continuous line. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. So factory. Let's do it without the locking for now. I think first thing that I need to do is to compress the graph. Kind of. Because if I have a thing like this, and this is a single straight segment basically, right? Over here we have intersections. Over here we have this. So these three segments are basically the same segment. right? Because these are not real intersections. So do I just or do I do it without that part? It would be nice if I do it without, maybe. So like once again, am I going to like building it once is fine, but if I'm supposed to add new stuff, then I need to rebuild that graph, right? All the time. If my trains are already going through the segment that I'm building, maybe I should not. Like one of the things that can like make the implementation easier, I guess, is just to not allow. So like basically, what if I just make the train system once and then we just look at it, right? So I don't allow destruction of rails at all. So the game then would be two phases. First, I build the track, build all the tracks, and then I just watch the game. Just so that I cheat with the implementation being easier this way. Nice butt plug? What do you mean? It's a dead fish. I don't know. It's also kind of like a long. I've been streaming for a while. I don't know. Maybe I just continue tomorrow. I'll think about it a little bit. What's the game goal idea? Well, it's same in Factorio, right? You have like the raw resources, the iron ore. I have it at infinite right now, basically. So like your train is going to come to the iron ore. It's going to basically mine the iron ore, then it's delivering it to the smelting of the iron ore, right? So I have these factories. I can generate more other resource types. It's fine. So I think the goal of the game would be just to craft some like end thing. I don't know. We have just the production chain. So I'm building tracks and I'm building factories. The ores, they would be generated, I think, right? We can copy paste the Factorio's tech tree. And game fusion reactor. Well, I'm making like materials, right? Not like the things. Not the buildings. Like workflow management, yeah. I don't know, I don't really like have the idea fleshed out. I'm just trying, yeah, I don't know. I'll need to try to think what can we turn this into. And make the trains be smarter. Endgame Shan Guide. Is that a thing? What's Shan Guide? Is it either a diverse group of rocks? Just a rock? Hmm. It's good luck. I mean, we can make like let's say that we have in the very beginning we have like the rocket silo, for example. Yeah, we have the shapes. But in shapes you also don't really have a goal, right? Your goal is to basically make a lot of shapes. Yeah, we can do the same stuff. So like what's the goal there? Just make a billion of certain thing. Yeah. All right. I feel like I'm doing nothing, so let's let's be done for today. But yeah, basically because I also will need like to do the graphics and stuff. I need to do really the minimum amount of additions here, and the train's logic is going to take time. Yeah, it's bigger thing than I thought, or maybe it's because I'm out of practice. Probably. I use Copilot. How would it help me? You can try making this thing in GitHub Copilot.
Create a title screen that has a title song and maybe has some lyrics. Rainwright's last GM game for Honest GM had a really awesome title screen.
All right, that's going to be it for me for today. I'm going to come back tomorrow. See you next time. Bye.